hello. Hi, hi. Stinky. How you're doing? Hi, Nexus. Hi, Shredder. Hi, Evie. Oh, we got rickrolled. we got rickrolled. You're delicious. What? I mean, I may look like grape. I'm purple. Yeah, purple. I may look like grape, but I'm not delicious. I can't eat Kobo anyway. V is sick. Family gave V COVID. Oh god. Oh god, COVID bad. I do hope you all the best for your speedy recovery. Oh god. COVID is no joke, by the way, but still, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, Evie. Doing good? Nice, good to know. I can eat Kobo. No. Don't eat Kobo. Why is my mouth not moving? Did I have the settings wrong on this? No, it's right. This audio lip sync. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, it just didn't work. It just didn't work for whatever reason, but now it should be fine. I'm nervous, but okay. I guess it's a delay or something. I guess it's just some sort of a. It's like did you turn it on and off and on again? That kind of thing. Yeah, something like that. I mean, I turned it off and on and it works now. So it should be fine. I want to play a little bit of Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis today. I played it yesterday a little bit and oh boy, it sparked something in me. I love the game, I totally do. Gonna make you clean my fluffy belly or chest? Well, no, I'm lazy. I don't clean. I clean myself, but I don't help others clean because I'm lazy. It's tiresome. It's tiring. I don't want it. Oh yeah, also this will be. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this is like the last stream before I will stop for a bit until December 17. So I'll be going on a trip. We're going on a trip. I'm going on a trip. Yeah, Combo on holiday. Actual vacation this time. Going to Kuala Lumpur and actually gonna hang out with friends and going to a free convention. So yeah, I'll cry then. Don't do that. Don't cry. Just because. Gonna go see live food crimes? Live food crimes. I mean, I never really been to what do you call that again? I never really been to street food in KL, but maybe since I'll be going for about about 8 days. Yeah, 8 days. I'll be going there for 8 days, and maybe I could go there and have a look. Can miss the Kobold, and there could be Sage because we'll miss the Kobold. It'll be even more joyous when she returns. Ooh, that's one way to put it, yeah. It's okay. I'm not gone forever. I'll be back. Maybe even a little bit more energetic. Oh, yep. Boop! Hi, Legs. Hey. I hope we're doing good. Yeah, boop legs. Boop legs. So here it is. I don't know if my PC can handle all the Phantasy Star Online 2 stuff and also all the stuff that I opened here. I will give it a try. If it freezes my PC entirely, then oof. I'll have to revert myself to 2D, but for now, let's try out 3D because the game looks intensive, but last night when I play it, it doesn't look that intensive. Like, it looks intensive. Like, it feels intensive, but it doesn't look intensive. It just need that initial load, and that's pretty much it. Something like ESO, something like Elder Scrolls Online, the initial load is huge, but then afterwards it's smooth as butter. Something like that, right? Give me a second. Let me become Shmoon. I should develop like a Snoot cam. You know what? Let's do it on stream. Snoot cam will be on. I'm gone. Where is the kobold? No one knows. Where's the kobold? Oh, there's the kobold. Oh my god, I'm so far. Hi. This is canon size, I think. Alright, let's develop a Snoot cam. I need stats. FOV 30? Okay, that's fine. This is what you've done. This is what you've done. Oh hey, don't look at that.
Snoot cam.
Don't. I'm gonna look at Snoot cam. And we need a Snoot cam. Is this close enough for you? Is this close enough for a Snoot cam? Oh god, what's that? Yeah, Snoot cam.
Gojo Bongo.
Gojo Bongo. Okay, this is the Snoot cam. We need to go closer. Yeah. Snoot cam. We now have a Snoot cam. See, the thing is, I can just change it. Let me try it. 1, 2, 6, 5. Oh, 5. It's 5, not 6. Okay, 5. And then 3 and 4 is for the other models. 2. So 2. It's right. 2, 5, 2, 5, 2, 5. Okay. Let me go here. Gonna look at 2, 5, 2, 5, 2, 5. Alright, let me close the hi-fi rush music. And also the closed caption should work. Yeah, it's working, Good. Let's open up Phantasy Star Online. Sounds like a fighting game combo. 2, 5, 2, 5, 2, 5. 2, 1, 4, 2, 3, 6. 2, 5 is... Wait, 2, 5 is teabag input. Because 2 is down, 5 is neutral. Neutral? It's just teabag. Also, I feel I should lower down. Sci-fi is already 50. God damn, it was very loud though. Let's half everything. So this one 25, this one 35. I want the BGM though. I like music. Okay, maybe music 45 then. Save settings. Teabag pose. What a powerful move. I know, right? Alright, it should be fine. This is a very anime game, by the way, but they just have some sort of skin. I'm not playing my main character though, because I don't know what to do in the game anymore, so I decided to start a new character. But I cannot change the name though, because changing name apparently needs 1500 AC, like currency. But I don't know how much 1500 costs in ringgit. So I didn't change the name. It's not, see, the thing is, Druxon is no like that name. It's more like a name that I don't really use as much anymore. I'm missing control to play this game, by the way. Ooh. How many dragons does this game have? 1, as far as I know. Like a big boss. But the music is fucking pop though. The music in this game is heckin' amazing, not gonna lie. It's also part of the reason why I play the game. Music is good. Do I play on 2 or do I play on 3? I don't remember. Steam key? Ah, there it is. Hi, Roxas. Have you played this game before? I don't remember. Look at my little kobold. I mean, this is the least humanoid I can. Game have no dragon. One. Like, actually just one. That's a big one. You can be robot fox. There's actually, like, you can play a salamander. One is better than none. True. But it's really hard to get to. That's a big fart right there. Wow. Shredder got rickrolled twice. Oh my god, you should get like a lottery ticket. It's 1 out of 107 chance of rickroll. I'm sorry, I had chili con carne? Chili con carne for lunch. I don't know what that is. Rickroll the first poll. That's how my PC can handle this. Didn't have the money to get the lingerie one. Lingerie is like super expensive now. Oh, I mean the game kind of works. I should lower down the graphics. Oh god. So the graphics settings will be applied next time we log in. Not gonna. God damn it. Okay, fine. Chili with meat. Basically rice, chili with and beans with meat. Yep. Oh, wanted to get it before the game came out. You broke the fart. No. It's just because my PC is like dying from the loading. It's fine. It will still play. Just take some time. But good. Dude, this game grinding is too hard. I get you. Alright, the game is now running it as shitty as possible. This game has AMD FSR, so I think I could play this one. This game optimization is shit. Maybe not now, because I saw... Yeah, like I said, they have AMD FSR now. Albeit, yeah. At first, when New Genesis came out, it's so shit at loading things. It basically pains me to play it. Oh, streamer mode. Protect your privacy in your chat while sharing your screen. Certain options are insane, but only you change the streamer mode. You can check still on this. Sure. I like that. Yeah, there is. You can have like performance to make it look even shittier. I'm not sure to download it or not again unless I fix the graphic. This time I'm playing in a 240p. I need to play on the 240p or else my PC will die. But one thing's for sure is that my model is still moving, kind of. I'll be a lot laggy, but it kind of works now. The game works and the 3D model is not dead. You know what I mean? So I guess they optimized it a little bit. I told the highest setting is still 240p. I only sense skill issue right there. I mean, yeah, the game looks like shit, but it works. Oh my god. Oh hey, look, wow, it loads. The game looks good. You guys didn't see the tree. So I'm a fighter, I do Knuckles, I do Twin Dagger, and I do Saber. So this game is very anime, right? You can basically do a lot of like bullshit attacks. It's really cool. But I love Twin Dagger though. Twin Dagger can really like go in. So since I just started not too long ago, I'm pretty much just going through like the main quest or something. Like basically I'm following that yellow marker right there. With the flying boot. The flying boot is PSO 2. I don't think it's in NGS yet. Yeah, the flying boot is my main class as well. It's so good. In Phantasy Star Online too. Not NGS. I don't think it's in NGS yet. Oh, am I trying to kill things? Oh yeah, I'm trying to get meat. Sorry, I need meat, sorry. It is, if I recall, winning a summoner. Oh yeah, summoner is like the newest class in Phantasy Star Online 2, right? I don't think NGS don't have flying boot one. Let me see. Item, weapons, harmonizer. Oh wait, it is. Oh shit, we have flying boots. What's the class for flying boots? Wait, I'm gonna play flying boots. Oh my god. Oh, I can put like, what's level 4 subclass again? I don't remember. I think it was braver. No, bravery is katana. Shit, I don't remember. Fuck. Oh my god, the game optimization is still very shit. You're right. Oh my god, why are you so loud? Change class. Waker Slayer? Close combat, excellent mobility and to dominate at close range. Combination of shooting and melee attack. What's that weapon? Oh, Bouncer, there it is. Bouncer is twin dagger and shoes? No, cannot choose subclass. Okay. Oh my god, that's so loud. The thing is, I will try to... Okay, I think it's like level 15 that I get subclass, if I remember correctly. Oh. Oh yeah. Shut the fuck up. You go 50. Hey, I appreciate that. Would you recommend this game if you never played PS2 then yes? I honestly would recommend this game if you like flashy combats. PS2 graphics is way better. Nah, that's just you, man. I feel I'm okay with the graphics, to be honest. Okay, it should not be that loud now. Can't handle 240p. It's not 240p if my PC can handle if I'm not streaming. I can play on high or like ultra. Let me creeps the PSO2. Oh my god, yes, no particles. Yeah, this game is like very flashy combat, but without particles it looks so weird. Okay, let me see if I can have like a little bit of changes here. Like, just a little bit. Blur rendering. Blur. It's cell shading? Take it, TTS. It's okay. Idle players effects opacity 100? Sure, I guess. Okay, treat display quality. Oh wow, off. I think that's the... They don't say any special effects. Offer use a processing load. Oh, I guess there's too much mlim. Mlim. This combo show is tasty. Mlim slurp. Oh god. Has been enabled. Oh, it needs to be enabled. Okay. There it is. The TTS is getting lazy. I cannot believe it. Twin Taker is fun, but nothing beats a good old... Nothing beats a good old punch, I'm not gonna lie. I think they optimized the game kinda okay now. A little bit better. Because it doesn't stutter too much. As far as I know. When this game just came out, when new NGS just came out.
MLEM 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 MLEM. This Kobo sure is tasty. MLEM 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 MLEM.
That's a target.
MLEM 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 MLEM. Slurp.
Slurp. God. Oh, I made the wrong one. Oh, is there a boss or somewhere? Is there a boss somewhere? Oh my god. What the hell? Why is that boss here? Oh, you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you, you fuck. Oh, you ran away. Okay, good. There we go. Alright, I want to fight. Yeah, that bitch right there. Alright, asshat. I know how to fight you. Nope. I get countered. That hurts. We counted those. I still remember how to play this game. Let's go. I can't see shit, man. This is not a good place to fight. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Woo! Come here, come here, come here. That works. What? They just ran away? Oh, I was too far. God damn it. Please don't tell me you recover your health. That's gonna suck. Oh, your friend's here. Wait, they're level 15? No wonder I'm struggling so much. Alright, let's do it. Ow. Damn it. I didn't hear it in time. I don't know why I'm killing them when I'm only level 8. But I like to do dumb stuff like this. It's fun. Let's go. Oh, goddamn. I cannot counter anymore, I'm so bad. We counter those, we counter those. Okay, okay. Oh, I didn't counter it. We counter those. Let's go. Still got it. Oh, nice. Ow, too early. Only 5 left, I'm probably gonna need it. Just need this. Why am I level 8 going against... Oh, level 9, sorry. Level 9 going against a level 15 boss? I have questions? Please counter those. Not anymore, let's go. Still got it. I still got it. Oh. Why are you going to the trees? I can't see shit. Get out. Oh my god, you... I'm sad. Get out of the trees, I cannot see anything. Who hit me? Oh my god, really? Really? Hi, engaging coming. Oh, oh, oh. Oh my god, so much, so much, so much. Why are you so hard to kill? There we go, that's one. Oh, I'm coming air. We cover those. Wow. I can't react to that, it's so fast. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, asshole. Okay, okay, okay. Oh god. We cover those. We cover those again. Ooh, that was close. Oh god, I pressed a button. Nice. Now we're doing damage, let's go. Oh god. Woohoo! That hurts. I need heals. Let's go around real quick. Have good luck, Nexus. Oh, it's Mega Man, alright. We counter those, let's go. We counter those. We counter those. I just love the airborne mobility of this game, it's so good. You're so tough! I mean, of course you're tough, you're a boss! Oh. We cover those. We cover those a second. Oh, too early. Nice. Nice. We take those. Now we can keep attacking. I'm good. Nice. Okay, we got him. I think I'm doing it. I know there's like a lot of zoomies going on, but hey, it looks cool, right? We counter those. Ow! I thought I countered it. Got him. Got him. Got him. I just keep countering. Like there's no tomorrow. Just keep doing it. Oh god! I should go find heals. I just got hit twice? I took all the heals around. Why are there birds? Oh, you're level 1, okay. Rare drop from a level 1? Okay. I'll take it. I have to play it safe there. I'm out of heals. I'm out of heals. What the fuck? Okay, we have heals, we have heals. Maybe a bit of tiny bit of armor core. Fun mech fighting. Ooh. Okay, you just want your friends? Alright, let's do it. I just want to kill you fast. Come here. Oh god. So lucky they respawned. This boss is taking 10 years to kill. I wonder why. Oh my god, I got destroyed by 2 hits at once. Oh no. I got so greedy though. Well, you can't say that I didn't try. I like the costume. The costume is pretty good, not gonna lie. They race against each other in exploration sectors. Oh, racing consoles. Wow, that's new. Alright, let's just do the target. Level 1. Let's do it. Free XP. Is that a boss? Okay. There's bosses everywhere, apparently. No, it's dead. Oh, it's a small monster, okay. Well, free, I guess. The only reason I play PSO2 is because of the costume. You mean the lingerie? Alright, prepare quick food. I want to get my level up quickly because I want to play bouncing boots by the bouncer so I can fly around. I can fly around and look cool. Ow. Robot Fox? Oh. I have like a salamander costume on my main account. I'm sorry. Damage resistance 7, 8, 8.8. 5, 7, 8. This one? Oh, this one's also vegetable. This one, oh, BP. Refreshing, PP recovery plus 10%, that's pretty good. And then some meat. I can only have 10 items, right? Yeah, 10 items. So meat, I don't know what potency means, but okay, I guess. Alright, that's it. Mmm. Two Prim Knuckles and Grider. Oh, you want me to upgrade things? Like I know this game looks like a lot, even though my 3D model, look at my 3D model is not moving at all. When it's loading things, my 3D model would not move. But like, I love this game for the combat and the music. Some of the costumes is really good too, not gonna lie. Alright, we have item enhancement. So actually, I already have like really strong equipment. I think it's because like this game has been out for quite a bit and it gives out good equipment really quickly. So it just gives me this one really strong. So why not upgrade them a little bit more? How much does it cost? 50? That's not a lot, let's go. Gunblade? Okay, that's everything. Oh, I know this one. My drone actually looks like a tiny dragon. Like you notice that? Notice that thing? The thing that's floating above me? That thing looks like a tiny dragon. It's not supposed to look like that, it's supposed to be like an orb or something. But I bought something and it changed its appearance. Now it looks like a little dragon. Very cute, I like it. Alright, let's do some main quests and level up. Oh, I forgot to put overload. I'm stupid. Yeah. Yeah, this one, overload. So I think it's a toggle. I think overload is a toggle. I'm just gonna skip everything. I'm not here for the story. Thank you very much. Shut up, shut up. Thank you. Oh, we now have sub-quests. Let's go. Main task for the creative space from... oh, creative space? That's like a new thing. Minerals? Oh, I remember this. Oh, the mineral gathering in this game is... I mean, at least it used to be so tedious. It needs a lot and it doesn't give out a lot. I don't know if they changed it because it's been years since I last played this game. So we'll see. Alright, where are you leading me to? Always trying at a different time, another day, another chance. Around here? Are you kidding? What? I don't see any minerals here. What the hell? Are you lying? I want to punch. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's just a little monster. Okay. I may have to get the bakes. I forgot what End Grinder is for. I don't remember any of this game. Something there? Wait, my Mac reacted. So loud. It's like the announcement has always been so loud, it always scares me. Oh, hey, look at that, minerals. I get 3? Oh, is that luck or is that not luck? Is that a boss? There it is. No, wait, that's a boss. Think I can win? I can try. Level 15. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not fighting that for now. As much as I want to. You know what? I want to. Let's go. Alright. You and me, asshead. Ow. Punch! Okay, we have low heals here. Good. Let's use one. Full health. Let's fight it. Hey, how you doing? Oh no, that's... Oh, that's very not telegraph. Okay, this is hard. Okay, learn. There we go. I can just blindly attack against this one. Okay, so left side is slower. Backwards charge. There we go. Learning. Too early. Hi Joe. Always enjoy PSO2. Me too. The game is great. Honestly great. The music is really good too. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh god. Too late. Too late again? Too early. There we go. Big punch! Damage. I still overload. Too early. Too early. Oh, double? Alright, change the weapon. Alright, he pissed. I'm out of heals. Give me a second. What's max level now? I honestly have no idea. Alright, coming back. I see a helper. They are doing good damage though. Oh my god. Dude, holy shit, thank you. GG, that was great. Wasn't it used to be 20? At least when it first came out, I think it's like 20 or something. Destroy all item containers read in Aelio? What? No. Oh, that's a side quest. Okay, okay. Oh, so this is like a new thing, this one? It does a little boost. Like this. That's a big boost. What? What's with the music? Oh, the live concert! I forgot about the live concert. Yeah, live concert is a thing in this game. Oh wait, no. I don't care about you, haha. It's like a home. Yeah, I think it's pretty much just like a home. I just hope this music is not copyrighted, or else my stream will be gone. More? Duolomites and photon chunks. Still playing over a year? Oh, yeah. I haven't played this in a lot more than that. I think it's like I played it when New Genesis first came out, and then eventually I stopped playing it for like years. Where am I going actually? Can I change my quest? Pass. Okay, there it is. What the hell? Oh yeah, mission pass is a thing. Mount Magnus Dodge. Yeah, focus on task. I remember PSO2 having a decent season pass. Oh yeah, PSO2 season pass is pretty good, not gonna lie. But I don't know about New Genesis though. New Genesis seems a little bit different. Season pass wise. Just a tad bit different. Alright, let's do it. Questing. Also, I hope you're doing good, June. Hi, hey. I don't know if I greeted you yet. I hope I did. Omatase. I'm not here to watch stories, I'm here to fight. Oh god. One by one? No, come on. Are you boring or what? Nice, let's go. I don't have a subclass yet. I haven't unlocked it. I think it needs to be 15 level I think. Is that everything? I forgot you had to unlock it. Yeah. It's a thing. You got him. Get punched? I like punching? Oh yeah. Oh, I don't like this Fanny. It just keeps spinning like that sometimes. Got him. Hug Joe, yeah. Boss fight maybe? I mean, I already fought against level 15 monsters. Should be fine. Level 15 veteran monsters. Oh hey, look! I know this one. Nagurusu. Ow. Shoryuken. Emergency. Nice. Now it's pissed. V exhausted. Just casually casually countering. Nope. Shoryuken. Nope. Nope. Oh, I cannot counter that. My damage is insane actually. Finally got the pepperonas Joe. Family gave it to you. Oh, that's nice. Who is this? Who are these? No. Oh, pepperona is cold. No, that's not good, man. Oh god, I'm sorry. I thought it's like a pizza. Okay, teleport back to world. Urgent quest then. Levels enemy present 75? 75? What the fuck? I'm what? I read the pizza. Pizza sounds way better than COVID. $3,000 battle power higher. What? Isn't quest counter from PSO2? What the hell? How do I check my battle power? Oh, there it is. I'm only 1,000? I suck. Alright, I'm just gonna be a good girl and just do a bunch of quests. Large capacity storage dedicated to storing gather materials, as well as material items such as engrine. Oh, cool. Can be used for a set period of time by purchasing ticket from SG shop. What asshole, really? Send to material storage. We don't use auto send features, like not use under auto send gameplay tab menu. If there is not enough space on either, they are automatically discarded. Wow, okay. Oh, there is a quest counter. What the hell? Oh god, this is a lot different than I first played. Cool. I'm just gonna skip all the cutscene. Oh, a task. Okay, I just knew that. Even tasks are not currently selected, that this memo could be will be completed when you fulfill these conditions. Okay. Yeah. Hey, can this personal shop? Hey, let's go! Personal shop! Let's see what costume do we have. Oh god, it's so laggy. PSO2 NGS is taking all the resources from my PC. Can I get subclass now? I have no skill point. Skip gameplay? What's the point of skipping gameplay? Yeah. Yeah, I cannot learn subclass yet. I want to be bouncer so that I can play as. How many store PSO2 inventory? Ow. Oh. I'm being bullied in leg. Oh yeah, those are armors and shit. Tokyo bonus key gold. Hey, look at that, it's PSO2 stuff. Let's go to personal shop. How? Oh. Why? Bullies. Product search. Item name. If I search for Dragon, what's gonna come out? Category. Outfit part. Ow!
Hello and welcome.
Frost Glow. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I guess unspecified? I want to see if there's any like Dragon things. Search by price. No items? There's no Dragon? Wait, no. I don't trust this. Can I become... Oh, I cannot do it in game. Well...
Huh. I hear car, yep. Oh god. How's the game? And game's going pretty good, yep. Is it layering where? Maybe not. I think it's outfit. Yeah, outfits. Yep. It's so expensive. Arkuma Suit Mini? That's like, what the? Yep. Yep. What kind of price is that? Yep. Is there no, like, salamander yet? Oh, I haven't refreshed. Yep. Oh, hand reader, yep.
And these don't look as good. Yep. Yeah, these don't look as good. Oh, pets. Wait, can I get a subclass now. Let's go, bouncer. Subclass. So now can I use shoes now? I can use so many weapons. Oh, boots and blades, okay. Oh, boots and blades are different? You brought your whole PC Sam along? No, of course not. How the fuck am I supposed to bring home? Darcy is your main? It's my main in PSO2 as well. Alright, time to kick my way to victory. Oh, your skill is like hold? Oh yeah, okay, hold. Hold is one. So hold for a different variant. Oh, hi Hibli. How you doing? How's the sweet bean doing? Just left out in camp, then I assume. What? No, I'm not bringing any electronics. Probably my Switch, but I guess that's it. Probably. I cannot bring I'm bringing 2 big luggage for my suit and then 1 bag for everything else. Something like that. Yeah. Also, everyone go look at Hebly. He's a very sweet bean. Look at that. How do you... Okay, how about this? Blades. Oh, is this Soaring Blade? No, it's not on Switch. I'm still in Miri Reader. I'm still... I haven't fly yet. Whoa. Okay. Oh, if I hold button, it will be like a faster variant. The normal attack sucks. Spin? That's cool. Hold variant. Hold variant is faster. What? The boots kinda suck though. It's not as cool as it is in Phantasy Star Online 2. Wait. I never tried New Genesis. How are you finding it? I actually played it for quite a bit. A few years back. I've been playing it a lot. And then I stopped playing it eventually. And then I'm coming back to it because it's fun. I do love the game though. Like, I love the very flashy combat. And then being able to just counter everything just feels really good. Okay, you know what? Let me go check out the class. Learn class skill. There it is. No armor saves you increase physical down. Oh, so it's like a support class. Elemental decline. Decline amplifier. Okay. Let's see a technique weapon potency bonus for equip weapon and armor. Can only be used. Oh, these can only be used when I'm main class. But I'm sub. I'm subclass though. Increase the down factor applied to your enemies. I remember that you said you'll be here till 16. Oh yeah, but I'll be flying there at 8. Wow, Madland brought the whole setup. Oh, no way! There's no way to fit in through that. I was going to ask. Yeah, I know. I was a Phantasy Star Universe boyo back in the day. Yo, I only played for a little bit, not as much. But I used to be Maple Story girl back then. But the whole damn house, I don't have that. Partial destroy advantage. Maybe you should deal and reduce damage that you take according to the number any parts destroy on a single enemy. That's cool, I guess. Fire technique. Oh, there's magic. I totally forgot about magic. Jet boots. Okay. Counter change the attack that quickly rushes at the enemy. Cool. Fanatic blade. It's an active skill. I stupidly waited for the official English PSO2 release instead of just using the fan patches. And boy, the initial Microsoft release was hot garbage. It's Microsoft, I'm not surprised. Dodge using weapon action and unleash a count. Oh my god, yes. In certain time, the technique will cause you charge an enemy. So it's something like Twin Dagger as well. Treat it as third stage, okay. Build up the gauge by attacking or dodging, expand and fire a single powerful blast. Cool. Thrust drive, your normal attack change to its 4th step. I mean, I'm gonna add all these, I don't even know. Harry, let's go. Harry counter edge. Attack speed reset how you use jets. What? What is jet sweep jolt? I'm gonna get all these 1 more points. When you use a weapon action.
Hello,
okay.
and welcome.
I'm not reading that. But thanks for the follow. So bastard that I had to reinstall the game after every time I played. Oh my god. But the game is like huge though. Oh no, that's not gonna be fun. Alright, let's see what changed for jet boots. I mean, knowing that the weapon action now can counter is pretty good. Oh, that's like the damage thing, right? It's okay, I guess? What? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. So this is whole normal attack? We hold normal attack, it becomes this attack? A 1000 damage is stupid strong though. So can this now counter? Question mark? Looks like it's possible. I don't know, I still prefer this one though. I can actually go apeshit at this. Or like punch. Nothing beats a good old punch. I don't know. I feel the jet boot is not as... It's not as bombastic as it is in PSO2. NGS is kinda weak. It's kinda weak. Okay, recent accept site task. Is it all inside or outside? My god, my PC is dying. Insert any item into a region mag. Oh, I can just cook food here. Ooh, okay. And create the spaces here. Waker instructor, melee instructor, gunblade, technique, ranged, compound. That's a lot of new things. It's so much more than what I had. Where am I going? I guess I'm trying to follow the white marker. Honestly, I do love a lot of different MMOs out there. It's fun. How many alpha reactors? Peak. That's very high up. If I ever told you that running attack is OP, or dash attack is OP. Can I just do this? Cool. I remember when I first explored around this place, it was so wild. I don't even know where I'm going. obviously now I still don't know where I'm going. Just trying to get to the marker. I'm sorry, bird. Ooh, look at that. There's so much minerals. Oh shit. Guys, look at all the shinies. Shiny though. I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot more here. Nice. Oh, subclass. I also don't know why they make the dashing attack, this attack, like hits 10 miles around me. 10 miles? 10 kilometers around me. A huge area is what I'm trying to say. Oh, there's more. I don't even know where I came from. Is it here? Looks very empty. Maybe I came from here. No shinies? Hmm. What's with the music? I forgot what this does. Oh, it's like a mission. I think I did this on the other yeah, I did. Look at that. I did this with the other character, so yeah, once per account. So I don't think I need to do this anymore. Once per account. All right, I'm leaving. I guess I got all the shinies here, probably. God, it's been so long. The game, it's not like change, but it feels like, because back then when I first started playing New Genesis, getting to 1,000 battle power is tough. It's so fucking hard. But now, because they gave me such good items, I immediately am at 1,200. Easily, like, just like that. Like, I can just fight against a level 15 veteran boss when I was level 8. So I guess they're just giving, like, an easier time for new players who came in, like, just to play this game. Because now, apparently, there's, like, emergency quest that's at level 75. So, I guess that makes sense. Is that a boss? No, it's a sniper. I know that thing. Oi. Oh my god, I actually struck gold. Oh, got leg. A bunker title is a type of training facility known as Trainia Advance against various boss enemies in the quest Ordinal Tower. Vary according to Ordinal Tower rank. Once you clear one rank, the next will be unlocked, allowing you to fight more and more powerful boss enemies. Once you clear the Ordinal Tower, the highest score will be. Initial reward will correspond to your clear rank. Powerful weapons rewards include support items to enhance your equipment. Power through use the to buff your gear and conquer every rank. Cool, I like the sound of that. I guess I'm trying this. In quest effect, EXP earned, red drop rate, drop item preset skill red. Recommended state? Above 1063? Yeah, I'm way above that. Can it be accepted as the requirement has not been met? What? Fuck! I want to fight a bunch of boss though! God damn it, okay fine. I thought I struck gold, and more than gold, I struck boss rush. Fine. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of new things, like, sprinkled all around the place, which is pretty cool, not gonna lie. These things are only level 3, I'm already level 13. Something? Oh. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I decide to chill for this week's stream, because I feel like I needed that. I feel like I needed to chill because I've been feeling pretty anxious about very anxious about the convention that I'll be going next week. Very anxious about it. So me just doing the games that I kind of want to play and then share a little bit about, it does ease the anxiety a little bit at least. So I'm glad. I found the ball. Robust Aelio meat? Do I have that? Ooh, it's point rate more. You can have that then. Oh, I don't have robust Aelio meat. I didn't kill anything. Alright, here you go. You're just a ball. Why are you so adorable? Can I compare this game with Genshin Impact? Is it fair? Although, for the record, I never really played Genshin Impact other than just like a few hours of playing. And then I was like, what? It's all just anime girls. Okay, fine. That's it. Nothing much about it. It's just anime girls. Okay. I'm not sure. What? So where am I trying to go again? Main task. This one. Ah, okay. Being able to teleport to you is nice. How to limit break? Oh, limit break. I remember now. Weapon set your limit. Like once you upgrade to a point of limit, You have to limit break them, but usually it's not that worth to limit break, I believe. Perform a limit break on the weapon. I think it's here. There, limit break. Okay, just one more, right? Oh no, this one. Actually, I feel like the music might be a little bit too loud after all this time. There we go. Oh, what? Oh, is this like a... It's like a daily quest or something. Yeah, sure. What? There's so many people trying to talk to me, and those are all NPCs. Dark Phantasy. Is there Dirk in this game? Dirk enemy only, but there are like a certain layered armor that looks like a Dirk or Salamander. And sadly, not a lot of Dirk in this game, so I purely enjoy this game for its combat and music, pretty much. I think there is like a place where there is, yeah, in Kanai. No. One of the, no, I think it's here. Over here, there's like a dragon spawn. I think I can go there and like show you. Let's place a pin there. No, can I look at the pin? It's very far away, but I can travel there real quick. The pin doesn't show. What's the point of pinning it then? Okay, let me run there. It's probably gonna take a while, but I can see if I can like. It has to be there, if I remember very correctly. I used to go there and just like fight the dragon because the music is really fucking good, and the dragon looks pretty hot too. But not gonna lie though, albeit the dragon is hot, but the music is like, it gives me goosebumps. That's how good the music is. Okay, so according to the map, I need to go this way. We need to go through this cave. Is it possible? I'm here. Okay, going through the cave. Get out here. In the ruins. And then go here. Yeah, probably. They're just littering Alpha Reactor now. Alpha Reactor is an item where you can sell it and get a bunch of money. Okay, we're in West Aelio. Oh, what? I suddenly cannot see anything, okay. Ooh, shiny. Right, there's one more. There's a lot more actually. Oh, nice. I'm just punching minerals and then I level up. It is way easier to level up now, it feels like. I think I can say this for certain, because my main character, I played for a long time. I played for a long ass time, and I'm still at level 21. And this one I played for like what, 4? Yeah, plus last night 2 hours. I think about 4 hours more or less. I'm already at level what, 15? And then the main character I played for months. Play for months, only 21. That's a big difference. Yeah, it is a thing with MMOs, right? It is a thing with MMO. MMO is like, at first it's tough, and then as time goes on, the game will get gradually easier and easier to progress through the game. But of course, because of that, they need to add content to the game constantly. Like harder content, cooler, stronger, everything. So it's like a conundrum. I know I'm saying this a lot, but comparing MMO with like MapleStory, right? MapleStory is like a D MMO, you know what I mean? To me personally. MapleStory has been around for so long that it went from like the max level to 200 and then eventually to 275 and then now like to like it used to be only like fourth job available.
Yeah, numbers. I'll still explain things real quick, but I'll yip with the explanation. Yip. Hope you're doing good numbers. Also, yeah, MapleStory, yip. Now has 6 job. No, it used to be 4th job only, yep. And now there's like 6 job. And level cap is like... To my last knowledge, it was 275, but now I have no idea. Yep. Hope you're doing good numbers. Kanai Runes is... That one, yeah, that one. Okay, I found it. Yep. 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 Oh, so true, bestie. Yep. Uh-oh. Yeah. Just gonna do this real quick. Yep. Get yipped at. Is that a real good device then? Yep. Wait, they added this one. This one is not here before. Alright, let me see if there's a dragon here. If not, I might have to wait for a little bit. Yep, for it to... Oh, nope, there it is. There's a dragon. Yep. There's a dragon. Yeah. Let's fight it. We're probably gonna die, but let's do it. Nex Aelio.
I forgot what your move said. Oh my god. Okay, that's one down. Oh. Oh my god, my inventory is full, really? Not like this. I'll be right back. I think I can de-aggro it just by keep running. Oh, it cannot de-aggro it anymore? Oh, okay, okay. There we go. That's a lot of money. I don't even know what these are. Alright, let's go back and fight the dragon. Ready for a run back? Because I'm ready! God, the music is so good though. Okay, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I want to blast the music. Alright, here we go. The music's a masterpiece in my opinion. Masterpiece. We counter those. Knuckles is too hard. I'm using Dog Blade for this. this one down. God. I'm trying to get this monster. Come on. You're being so mean. There we go. Okay. Now we can fight. Ah, too late. It's so hard to look at it. I think the best way to look at it is at the leg, so that I can kind of tell what it's doing. Nope. I still cannot counter that. God damn it. There we go. There we go. I didn't counter it. Oh god. Any heals here? There's heals, but the monsters are back. Okay. Oh my god, I got comboed. Oh my god, I cannot counter! Okay. Oh my god, I didn't see that. That's sad. Oh, that's bad. It's kinda hard. I feel like I'm not doing enough damage. At the same time, I'm not even dodging really well. I think I can cut the tail, question mark? Oh, it's pissed now, okay. Oh. I thought you counted that. You want an airborne fight? I can do it. Oh my god. This is bad. Oh my god, they spawned again, this sucks! The monsters keep spawning! Okay, I need more heals. How about my double saber? Let's try this. I can cover this, right? Yeah. Like finally, essentially, it's like close quarter, also counter. Oh my god, I cannot read. I should have counted that, really. Oh, double saber is not bad damage. I need heals. Man, fighting without a Tector is really hard. I remember, I think my subclass was Fighter and Tector, so that I can heal at the same time fight. Alright, you and me, buddy. Shouldn't be fighting that, it's too small. Oh. I can counter it. Alright. I tried. Look, I'm pretty sure you can counter this like 200%. You can counter this 200%, I just didn't do it well. Yeah, fighting without Tector is really difficult now. I mean, has always been difficult, I feel like. I forgot if it's Tector or something else. Some I forgot which class it is that has like lifesteal property, question mark? I think the boss is still there. I don't know if they like regenerate health to its entirety. But I don't want to give up now. I want to win against the dragon. The music is good too. I don't know if you've been listening to the music or it's just like heal sound. Okay, it didn't regenerate good. But it's still charging. That's even worse. There we go, yes! Woohoo! God, I need to take care of the small one. I can't believe I'm saying this, but god damn it. Alright, Asset, please die first. Oh. Oh, that's a tail gun. Okay, nice. We got the tail, we got the tail. Oh! Let's go. Oh god. Nice. Learning, learning. I cannot fight in the water. Ah. Almost did it. No, I am 200% confirmed that I can counter that. As a player, you can counter that huge Nova. Change target, change target, change target. Why are you here again? Oh! Oh my god, I cannot see. This is bad. Oh, this is very bad. Okay. Raindrop? Raindrop? Oh my god, they spawned again! What is this? Let's go, we did it 2 times. I hate it here. Oh, did I kill it? Let's go. I didn't expect to kill it like that. These assholes just keep spawning. Oh my god. There we go. Oh god, damn. Those swords just keep spawning, man. That's not cool. That legit felt like 20-minute fight. Which I think it feels... It is a 20-minute fight, I feel like. It's almost like I'm playing Monster Hunter. Just a little bit. So yeah, there's a dragon. Not the best showcase, but hey, hopefully I did it justice. There's also like a emergency quest for it, which is like super urgent quest for it, which is even cooler than this one. And even bigger. So I guess technically it's like two... Brian! What? Cobok. Thank you, Brian. Oh my god. 16 months with Prime. Thank you. I just deleted a Trucken, which I kind of felt bad, but at least the Trucken looks really hot. How you doing? Hope you're doing good, Brian. Burp, shibud. Shibud. I'm gonna need more rest sign. Or heals, pretty much. Well, what the class is for like self heal, but man, without that it's kind of tough. Oh yeah, we need to go to Mount Magnus. I remember playing the original Phantasy Star on the Master System. Master System? Oh, it brings me back here. God damn it, I forgot this is where it is. I think at least this is close to Mount Magnus, I think. Sega Master System? Ooh. I remember playing Phantasy Star on... I don't know if it's 1 or online or something. On my PS2 system. The 8-bit predecessor to Mega Drive / Genesis. Yo, okay. I couldn't believe I need to cause PSC burst. That is so tough when I'm alone. PSC burst, usually you would need like a team, like even with randos, and just go around that general area, just keep killing things, and then you get PSC burst. But if I'm alone, I can only handle so much at once. It's either it's gonna take a long time to cause PSC burst or impossible at all. I need map. I should go from Central City. Okay, Mount Magnus is... that away. Like, I generally enjoy the fighting, like the combat in this game. I generally enjoy it. It's so fun being able to just like running on them at the same time being able to counter at the like in a very tight spot. I like it. I generally think that this is fun as hell. Alright, we're here. Oh, what's this? They're only level 5. Messed up. Whoa, you look cool. Are you a boss? Oh, I think you are a boss. But my level is way too high for you. I'll take it. Oh my god. Too early. Oh, there it is.
Success.
Alright, now we're gonna cause some problems here. Oh, they have AI to help you now, no wonder. Okay, okay. That's actually really nice. Let's go. With a boss? Oh shit. It's a silver boss? Oh, even more shit. Let's go. Oh, this music is so good. Fuck. I'm changing weapon. It's already pissed. Ow. Ow. Encore? Let's go. Oh my god, this is new. I'm changing weapon. Hey, I like the new PSC Encore. Let's go. Great drop, let's go. Oh, sniper. Another sniper. Dead. Wow, holy shit. Let's go. Another silver? This is fucking insane. What's going on? It's already pissed. I'm changing. Well, that was an encore. My wife and I play our first online game together on our own PCs tonight. Ooh, that's really nice. What were you guys playing? Might be a little bit late on this one. I didn't check the chat. I was occupied with what's going on with all the things. I'm surprised. No, that's what I'm trying to target. There you go. No, wrong. There it is. Did 2,000. Following the E. We played some Project Zomboid with some friends. I heard a lot of good things about Project Zomboid, but I never really played it myself. How do you feel about the game? A lot of people seems to sing praises about the game, but me personally, I never really played it yet. Just one more. It's an amazing zombie simulator, but it's a little slow for my taste. We hunkered down in the forestry mill and I've been sawing logs into planks so someone else can hammer up the fence. It's taken hours. Ooh. So it's something like a slow burn kind of game. I don't really like too slow, you know. I mean, slow burn is fine, but if it's too slow, it might lose its charm, which is like a risky move, in my opinion. My PSC burst is going down instead? God damn. Following the T. One target. Shit. I need Queen Dagger for this. There we go. Poor thing. Poor thing, just got destroyed. Alright, go to E. Just use double saber. That sounds amazing. Never got very far in the game. I have the game, but it just doesn't really strike me as a game that I would like to play for a long time. Maybe, I guess I don't really like a game where I don't have full control over, you know what I mean? Because the game looks like you can only interact with your character third person. It's like you're telling him what to do, but not exactly you are doing it. You know what I mean? I don't personally like that kind of gameplay, question mark? Oh, it's something like The Sims. Like, you are, like... Oh, it's almost like you command people to do what they do, but you don't have direct influence over the game. Like, I cannot control the character directly. That kind of feeling. Oh my god, I cannot cause a PSC burst anymore. I just need to do one more. It's like one of my main quests. I need to do it. The game looks super neat, but there's just something that feels like it's missing. Dragons. That it's a joke. It's a joke. But honestly though, if there's dragon in it, maybe? Yeah, honestly, dragons would definitely make it better, but but I don't think that's what the game is missing. Although it is missing that, but like, not as a joke, something is missing in the game. Can I kindly get a PSC burst, kind sir? I'm trying to look for a PSC burst. It bugs me that I can't quite put my finger on it. Ooh, that's a weird feeling. That's not weird. That's a worse feeling. Gosh, it's like a feeling where something's missing, but I just don't know what it is. That kind of feeling, I abhor that kind of feeling. It pains me. I don't know what it is though. I don't like it. What is that? Oh, defend, okay. You better give me a goddamn PSE burst after this, you fuck. There we go. Oh my god. Finally, after 84 years. Oh, I didn't see it. God damn it. Ult it, ult it. Nope. Wow. Let's go. Golden? Yo, let's go. Alright. Let's do it. You want to change? No, you know what? I want to punch. Okay, who's shooting guns at me? Thanks. Oh, poor thing. Big punch. It's dead. Oh my god, poor thing. No encore? No, I was hoping for an encore. I see you're inflicting quite a few numbers upon your enemies. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Obtain Tain's meat, huh? I can go back to Central City and get those. Yeah, the combat in this game is, yeah, like I mentioned, feels very nice. I like it a lot. Wait, have I thanked Brian for subscribble? I hope I did. I was too occupied. Too occupied in the PSO Online. Not fully sure what I'm looking at, but it certainly looks interesting. That's fair. Yeah, like I mentioned, this game's combat is very flashy. It's really hard to get a hold of what's going on at first, but once you know what's going on, you can parry whilst in all those chaos that's going on. This is a parry, right? Not every. Most close combat weapon has a parry. So sway, this is a parry into a punch. Dagger, this is a parry into a parry close in. And this is double saber, a dual saber. This is a parry. And you can move a little bit while parrying, so it can really help. And this is jet boots. It can parry with moves like this. Soaring blade, never really tried it, but soaring blade has like a range attack with this one. See that? You can aim at something. I don't know if this is a parry or not, never tried it. The weapon doesn't look as interesting to me. I just feel it doesn't do as much damage. Blade boots look like a curious weapon. Yeah, blade boots in PSO2, not NG. This is NGS. This is New Genesis. In Phantasy Star Online 2, is quite strong, but in this game it's a little bit lacking. It feels like the dodge doesn't do damage anymore, which is kind of weird because in PSO2 the dodge will still attack enemies, which is why it makes it really strong. The normal attack is not as satisfying, but if you hold it, it does this. $2,000 damage, just like that, right? So it's like big damage for jet boots. Normal attack wise, it's okay, I guess. Skill wise, there's like a long version or the short version. Short and more damaging version. You hold the skill button, it will do something else. This is hold. This is press. So it's like jet boots is like a technique weapon, they say. Yeah. This is press. This is hold. Alright, you see the difference? This is press. It has like a... And there's also this. This is hold. Then there's also this attack. Don't know what that is. That's hold. But yeah, jet boots I think it's pretty okay. It's not wow-ish, no, but still pretty good. Right, now I need to kill something. Or meat, I'm sorry. Sorry, I require meat. I require sustenance. Give food. Give meat. Please don't look. I'm doing something bad. Wait, what is that ring surrounding me? Why do I have that? Does it deal damage? Oh, it does deal damage, but only 4? What's the point? Oh, no more. I hear something. Oh, it's you. I mean, I'm stronger now. Let's do it. Alright, asshat. This time I'm gonna kill you. For sure. God, I can't even see shit. I killed the dragon. This one should be no problem. There we go. Too early. Woohoo! There we go. It's done. Let's go. Okay, now aim here. We counter those. Oh, frame drop. We counter those. Let's go. I'm learning. Nice. Nice. I'm learning. Oh! That one's still a little bit tricky. Maybe a little bit more? Okay. We cover those, let's go. I didn't counter it. cannot see. I cannot see. You and your tree strat, I hate it. You always hiding behind trees, you asshole. Come here. Oh god. Something shooting me. Really? You want to play like this? Okay. Sure expected that. Ow. Oh, someone's here to help. Let's go. I got the small one for now. Nice. Nice. I didn't get the last hit, but good shit. I love how Dual Blade is like the most airborne mobility and the most airborne mobility kind of weapon. I like it. Like I get so much airborne mobility with Dual Blade. It's so cool. To me personally, Dual Blade is like the arguably the best melee weapon for fighter at least. The game wants me to kill so much little things, I hate it. Just to get mate. Come here. How many mate do you require? More airborne than the jet boots? Surprisingly, yeah. Like in PSO2, not this one. PSO2 has a jet boot has like the best mobility in the game, like no question. But then in this game, it's Dual Blade. Oh wow, how lucky can I get? I mean, to be fair, Dual Blade has like the tightest counter frame. This one is like the tightest one. Right? The counter frame is way less than this one and also this one. This one is like the easiest by far. This one is super easy, but this one is a little bit tight. Is that me? Please don't go. I need your meat, thank you. Okay, I don't need to kill meat anymore, good. Obtain vegetable. How am I supposed to get more vegetable? I don't need to kill them anymore, sorry. Oh, someone's doing the target. I guess I should be doing more out. let's go. Let's continue doing some main quest. I don't like how the music just cuts in. It's so weird. Oh yeah, let me upgrade my weapons real quick. Where's the plaza? Oh, where's the plaza? Oh, there it is. Oh, you fix that attack. Level 40. Nice. So now I can add augments now. Daggers. Oh, right. I forgot about these. Oh, this is tough. I forgot about this. I guess we don't need to. We need to add augment first. It's fine. What are the small yellow and green poles on the ground outside? Which one? Okay, let's see. On the outside, right? Not in the city. Oh, you mean these things? If you're talking about these things, this is what we call heal. Yeah, okay, so this is rest aside, but just know that that's potion. You can hold 10 of them. See on the bottom of the screen? This is rest aside, the green one, it heals. The yellow one, if I remember correctly, is used for reviving other people. This one. Yeah, reverse sustain. Hi. So yeah, one is heal, one is revive for the other player. And essentially, you could still buy like potions if you're in a pickle, but usually you don't need to buy them. They're like herbs, yeah. You can just get them when you run around. It's pretty much you won't you won't run out of it unless you're finding a boss in the same place, like what I did against the dragon and also against the boss just now. So yeah, I think it's a pretty clever way to do it. The music just cuts in and cuts out. Daily and weekly tasks has been unlocked. Hey, Pog. We don't. I don't do those because I'm lazy. Oh, to make friends who will fight alongside you? What? Oh, recruit party members. Okay. So you just want me to type looking for people to fight alongside me? That's it? That's the task? Really? Oh, I need to recruit party members. No, why would I do that? I don't need to anyway, currently. What? Oh. My ears are bleeding, whoa! You might notice that I'm not even doing any side quests currently. I don't feel like they give anything. I don't know. But let's do the main quest for now. I mean, once we're stuck at main quest, we can pretty much just come back to them. Oh, lucky. How much money do I have? 91k, that's not a lot. You know, I'm actually curious. Let me open up my main account real quick. Like, what would happen if I play my main account now, since I'm pretty much de-rusted? But also at the same time, I kind of want to go to the toilet real quick. Let me log in this character. My main is at ship 4, I don't know why. So this is my main account. It's very janky, I know, but at least it's looking at it's a salamander. Look at that, I like it. Oh, I'm playing as Braver? Maybe I changed it. I'm now level 24, it says. I'm blocking it. I am now level 24. How the fuck? I didn't do shit, I leveled up 3 times? Okay. How'd you get your character to look like that? Did that cost money? Long story short, it's something that is in PSL 2. Okay, before New Genesis, there's only Phantasy Star Online 2. So in Phantasy Star Online 2, there's a lot of good-looking layered armor, so to speak, skin, right? And you can import them here. I don't know why I put so much fish, like boobs and dicks. I don't know how to change my appearance anymore, I forgot. Let me check the class. My class was? Whoa, I played so many class. Braver. Oh, hey, look, I'm already Bouncer. So Waker and Slayer is the new one. So Slayer is Gunblade, it looks like. Tector, Force, Gunner. Yeah, I don't play Gun. I don't know why I played Ranger. It sucks. My fighter is only 20. Why? Come on, play fighter. When was the last time you played this account? Years ago. Photon Flare, PP Conversion, Shift Deban? I use this? Oh my god, I have so many questions. What's... Oh, it's my boots. I'm already using Catolia blades, okay. Storage. Oh god, I'm all over the place. There is forces. Yeah, forces. Vitalo, Vital Saber. There it is. Glisten is not as strong. Oh yeah. All of these has augments. Ceres Ekrita Zara. Look at the augments. Holy shit. Let me retrieve these. Vital forces. There's so many things. Okay, dagger, saber, knuckles. The swordfish. You like the swordfish? See, side view enhances the character. See, the thing is, since New Genesis came out when I played this game, there's not much to do. And then I just go to stylin and do all these stupid shit. It's like, hell yeah. I'm immature. So if I were to play it now, I would not get such layered armor unless I play the old Phantasy Star Online 2. Feels like it. I don't see them selling this layered armor in this game. Oh wait, I was using what? I'm curious. The swordfish. What is that? What is my voice? What? Since when I changed the... I don't know. It's years. I played this even before I identify as trans. Hey yo, let's go. Oh shit. You'd love to see it. I love going back and looking at old characters and stuff. I know, right? How? Where? I don't even know where the saloon is anymore. Oh shit. Random change record? What? I don't even know what these are. Alliance? The power of song. Song. The power of song. What song? Just song, alright? The power of song. I don't even know anymore. Foraging for Thames meet in West Redem. Oh, there's a new place called Redem. This is Aelio, I believe. I mean, yeah, this character looks top tier. I'm not changing it. I don't even know what's with the fish. How much money do I have? 400k, that's not a lot, I think. Okay, product search. I don't think there's anything called dragons. Yeah, goddamn. Full dragon battle? What even is that? Search by him. What am I looking at? Why there's so many legs? Why are they just selling legs? I remember my main account has like a bunch of... Ooh, that's a nice looking legs though. A bunch of different layered armor. If I remember correctly. But I don't know... How do I even go there anymore? Oh yeah, storage, right? I think it's storage. Aren't those legs for cast, I think? Nah, it's all the same, it feels like. There. Ah, look at that. Lily Pan. I can become bird too. I don't know why I have so much of these. I have weapons too. TF2 minigun. Left for Dead frying pan. Let's go. I think that's about it. How do I change my armor? How do I change my layered armor? Oh, there it is. It's called Sardinian suit. MCAT. MCAT. That's a pretty chunky cat too. Look at that belly. All right, let's go do some punching with cat. You heard of cat calling? Now it's cat punching. The sound, goddamn. Why is my R1 not the skill? What the hell? Okay, equip weapons, fist. This one. Open action, swift rush. That's really that. 1000 blows, double drive, backhand strike. Negate enemies attack with a swift dodge and then smash your fist into enemies with a mighty blow. It's like negating enemy attacks. Oh! It's like a weapon action but stronger. Oh! This one. Damn, okay. So many menus. Yeah, it's kind of scary to go through all of these at first. What is this? The legs. I have so stubby legs. Oh my god, please don't break your back. It looks like it's trying its best. Is it making noise when it's running? It's so subtle, but I think I hear it. Oh my god. What if Crowbar? Why am I using Crowbar? Oh, it's layered layered weapon. It looks so stupid. Oh wait, they updated the weapon. I was right. They used to only have like 3 skills, now they all have 4. Yeah, this is new. So is this one. I was like, what? Because I vaguely remember they only have 3 skills, and then L2R1 is like something else. L2R1 is just normal attack, but now that's a new skill. Same goes for the backhand smashes now for Knuckles, and now this one is like... This one is also new, yeah. Cool. What else do I have? The Denian, the reindeer. Oh hey, look. Oh my god. What am I looking at? Why is the fish so big? Oh my god. Why is the fish so big? There's a little update. Even the normal attack is different now. Wait, so they changed so much? I'm so confused. Let me check the skill counter. No skill point. Oh, I didn't get this one. But why? Sidestep counter charges to an attack that quickly rushes at an enemy. Sidestep counter? Oh, it's like a dash. Okay, we don't need that. Danny Archer, holding with pushing. While wearing the second state, the weapon will convert all the weapon into energy and throw the weapon towards the enemy. That's not useful. Hit out PP gain. Thermal tiny photo blast. Sure. Action drive photo blast, pressing number 10. Strike type causes move high speed. This one is pretty good. It's okay, shown multiple times. Certain amount of number to release shockwaves, sure. Wind amplify. Are activated, it will temporarily become easier for woman to get its next stage. Makes it a 3 stage. Sure. When you unleash the first half of the Photon Arm. There's so many things going on. I was right, there's so many things changed now. Okay. So now Dual Blade has this. There it is. And now this one should have the last hit. There it is, this one, yeah. And also Knuckles has... Are you a reindeer riding a fish? I might be. I might be. I don't question it. Smash? Wait, no. Let me show you something. That's even more smashable. Customize looks, select outfit. This one's... I think this is more smashable, but excuse the fish though. I was immature. This is years ago. Smash, right? It looks really good, but I don't know how to remove all the fish and that. It's fine. I don't know how to remove it. Long girthy sword, I know, right? So the initial weapon now has one extra skill and one extra attack for the weapons that it used to have? Question mark? It's very interesting. Sound. Okay, I guess I'm pretty much caught up now, I think. I was playing Katana, I believe. Yeah. Well, since when I got this weapon? Whoa, that's strong. Also, hi Ixen. I forgot to mention. Ixen! Stepping! I was a little bit occupied with my layered armor shenanigans. Yeah, get shouted out. I don't know if I shout out. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway because y'all good bean. The beans. The beans. Look at that! I'm barely 1400 and my new character that I just played already at 1200 with no effort. So I guess they really make the game easier now, huh? I mean, good then, right? Oh god. Flora Victoria? How does my character look like actually? Can I change that? Oh! That's how my character looks like? Yo, Slay. Big Slay energy, let's go. Do love your sword, by the way. 10 out of 10 were ramming duel. It's duel too, yeah. I mean, as slay as the stress looks, nothing beats a good old salamander or Sardinian. Yeah, nothing beats the good old lizard. Wait, there's Harmonizer. There's Harmonizer? Huh? So is there like a... Ooh, wait, I'm curious. Is there a... fucking... summoner now? Yeah, there's Waker. Like close and long range. Fight enemies using familiars! Wait, summoner is back! Oh, okay. Let's try it. Yeah, main class and subclass to bouncer. Bouncer is fine. Oh, actually not. I want subclass as fighter. So that I can still use my weapons. Can I not use my weapons anymore? What? Okay, what do I do with my familiar? Hey, I need help. Waker, right? Waker. Hi. Harmonize the focus familiar support. Have 3 familiars fight by your side. Assign familiars in different roles to deal with things like enemies at different ranges. Whoa! Summoning right familiar depending on the situation is key to class full potential. Is that a huge hunky wolf? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, wolf. Fredron the wolf and the familiars that can be summoned mainly by PA. Fredron the wyvern type familiar that specializes in long range breath attacks. Beastman type familiar that specializes in short range heavy attack. Marmello is a cute looking familiar that can be summoned mainly by weapon actions. Specializing in defending enemy attacks and can release a powerful counter attack as well. Okay. Smash. Hey, it's not a scaly, but there's a smash by me too, yeah. Also, let me just get all the quests for you. Focuscation of the corresponding familiar. Retro Friends Rescue? When your HP drop is 30% below max? What? Actually, guys, I hope you don't mind me leaving the screen like this. I know it's not much to look at, but... You know what? No, I'm not about that. Hey, look, I'm not about that. I'm about dragons, right? I'm about dragons. Where's my dragon lo-fi? Where's the study with mouse? Where's my dragon lo-fi? Dragon lo-fi. Now you can look at this dragon while I go toilet real quick. I'm gonna take a small break. I'll be right back real quick. I wanna keep looking at Phantasy Star Online with the new summoner and stuff. Alright, I'll be right back. Real quick. Meep meep. Meep meep. Meep meep. Meep meep. I'm back. Wow, holy shit. The ad literally just like, I'm back, and then he plays the ad. I'm blocking it. I'm back. Please ad. Goddamn. Thanks, Twitch. Welcome back. Yee. Alright, let's keep looking at Phantasy Star Online. Apparently there's Summoner. I want to look at Summoner. Okay. Welfare Management. Increase rest assign heal amount when your HP drops below a certain percentage. Activation HP 50%. Thankfully I'm immune to ads. Yeah, thankfully. Continuance. Your recovery is reduced by your gain sustained HP recovery for a set time. That's actually pretty good. When using rest assign or reverse assign, there's a chance that they will not be consumed. Let me just add 1. Oh wait, I forgot to close. I'm already here. Okay, there we go. Marmalade Strike. Treble Clef Marking. Familiar Harmony. Oh shit. Link attack with familiar Fredrin and Wolfrin by expanding some of their harmonizer focus gauge. Okay. Focus stock to 3 for Fredrin and Wolfrin. Hitting an enemy several times will cause it to... Oh, Jesus fuck. Okay. Enemy attack can negate them without interrupting your own attack. Normal attack upon successfully negating an attack unleashes a counter attack. Held down, reduce damage received and protects you from being knocked back and launched. Marvelous gauge builds when you are hit by an attack. I don't need that. Roxas, there's Waker, there's Summoner. There is Summoner. But I don't know how it works. See, I got Summoner though. Wait, that's cool? I have to hold the button. I have to hold two buttons. I have to hold L2 and square at the same time. So it's like a damage or something? Oh, it's a kamikaze. Okay. I'm so confused. If someone out then special class coming soon, there's also Slayer who utilizes Gunblade. Oh, Slayer out now. Apparently, I don't even know. More spamming? How do you play Harmonizer? Why does it feel like it's super hard to play Harmonizer? If zero money if you can mana. Looks like this is the strat, question mark? So this, boop, boop, this, boop, boop. Oh, is that huge AoE? Wait, what the fuck was that? It hits every... What the fuck is that AoE? It hits the one behind. Okay. Oh, that is stupid. It's the biggest AoE I've seen. Even this one is not even that big. So essentially, when I'm close range, it's this one or this one. Summoner weak DPS? Yeah, it's very weak. And Summoner, I think it's the same as PSO2, right? Summoner, you cannot use any other weapons. Like, at all. Yeah, you cannot use any other weapons. Yeah, Malawi. We change pets? Yeah, apparently there's no pet change in this one. It's like fixed. Yeah, there's only fixed pets. It doesn't feel as fun. Yeah, there's no changing pets, just fixed. Oh wait, I can use them because I don't have enough level. Okay, I forgot. It's not that I cannot use them, I don't have enough level. The tanky special concept went out right. I don't even know which one is tanky. Is that tank in this game? Magical girl? What? After charge with a normal attack, unleash a thrust attack. When hit an enemy with a normal attack at close range. Sure. I'll just add like everything that's 1. Use mace and shield, but those laser skills are hard to use. That doesn't sound like a tank. I mean, shield sounds like a tank. So Okay, so weapon action is close range. And then skills? Oh, mobility? What? So any point during a skill I can... Oh, I see what you mean by spam. I see what you mean by spam. That's OP, that's stupid, what the fuck? You just skill... Okay, here's the thing. In between skill, you can use a normal hit to gain PP back, so essentially gain mana back. And then after the skill is finished, you can do a strengthen normal attack to regain pretty much the amount of PP that I just used. What the fuck? Yeah, full PP all the time. Let's go. Oh, this one uses a lot though. Triangle. What? Wait, so every directional input has different skills? Okay, not every, but... This is neutral. This is forward. What? So, that's neutral. I'm so confused. I can cancel anytime. Okay. So, huh. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if I just do this. That's a lot of damage. No mobility though. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel weird. It's not... It doesn't feel like my kind of play style. My playstyle just go rush down all the way, I feel like, so I don't know how I feel about this. It's kind of weird. What if I have Waker's sub? Oh, this is good to find out, I feel like. Restart effect, continuance, lucky sign. Also, retro frame rescue is also pretty good. I mean, it's level 1 Waker, but I'll take it. Okay, use Harmonizer. Oh! There, look, I can use Harmonizer. I don't even know what my character is at. Require better power 3000 more. Yeah, I cannot do that. Using B trigger, command yellow. Inventory of material storage. Crocodilus Vera? Isn't there like Nex Vera or something? Nex Vera, there it is. Q trigger Nex Vera. How do I get that? Battle trigger. Is there a way to get that? I want to fight Nex Vera. Oh, hi Ryuki. Fish? Yeah, look at that. A fish with... Yeah, I'll just leave it to your... I was... look. This is years ago. I was very immature. It's fine. Don't worry about it. How are you doing, though? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, boy. Oh, wait, let me check personal shop. Kakak bully? No lah, no bully lah. I'm letting people know that we have a bean. We have multiple beans actually. Let me check. Trigger. Oh no. Yeah, there is Nex Vera. Oh. That's a lot of money. Okay, fine. Notable beans? You mean Sona? I use the twins? No, like there are multiple people who streams it well in my chat. Beans, the beans. Also, let me try. What was it again? Quest counter. Beans. 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 Trigger quest. Ooh, I can get the money back, kinda. Defeat target enemies, recommended stats are higher. I think I can solo this one. I mean, it's only Nex Vera. I can try once, it's okay. I might die in like 10 seconds, but it's okay.
Yep.
Yep. Huh. It's Gogeta. Oh, it pairs me up with AI. Okay. That works. Getting bread comments. Let's go. I don't even know how I did that. There's so many things in this game that I don't even know how I did. Hello, Gogeta. Bobo friend. Better in get. I'm gonna fight a dragon. So tough. Alright. Did I actually just say small Itai? Oh, I think I have like automated chat. Oh my god. Frame drop. That kinda hurt. Let me try the harmonizer. The sound. Wow, the damage is pretty good. Easy, oh my god. I was such a kid! Can't believe it. gonna take a while to win against this, I feel like. Oh no, it's only 30 minutes? This is bad. Medium Itai, I kinda cry. I cannot counter. Horyuken. Okay. I think it's boss time. That's a lot of damage. A lot of numbers, not gonna lie, but damage, maybe not. Here we go, Camp the Dragon. Already? I'm not gonna mess with that. I forgot what this is. Let's go! Get parried, idiot. That was quick. Top tier music? They kind of don't shit. Oh god. Ooh, let's go. Nice. I'm getting a tail. Oh my god, I hate myself so much right now. I'm with the tail. Another one? Damn, they're getting bullied. Alright, that goes the tail. Oh, you're lucky. Let's go. Oh, it's pissed. I'm running away first. I think it's gonna do a Nova or something soon-ish. If I remember correctly. Oh god. It's not low damage, so it's fine. Oh, I think this is it. No, you know what? I'm gonna counter this shit. God. I counted once. Woohoo! That is cool as fuck. We cover those. Oh, let's go. I think I'm taking, yeah, I'm taking the right way. Oh, I forgot about this one. We actually did. Oh! Okay, it's not as painful. I forgot I have such a strong armor now. I shouldn't be even scared. I forgot my armor is like so strong. I shouldn't be scared. We cover those, let's go. We cover them. Nah, no, we don't take that. Nah, we don't take that. I counter. Nope. Nope. You want airborne fight? Let's go. Move. I'm doing it. My big boy, I wasted it. Damn it. Oh god, I didn't. No. Ooh. Oh, let's go. Thanks. We counter those. Woohoo! We win. Bread acquired. I don't even understand anymore. Rank S? Dude, easy. Look at all the AI here. I got rare. Oh, Catalia, I think. Yeah, Catalia is like the rare one, I think. Next Soul. Yes. Dude, that is actually fun as hell. I forgot how fun it is to fight the Nex Vera. Also Dragon, also very hot Dragon, and also very good music as well. Ooh, so good. I'm taking all to inventory. I love how I'm the only one that's doing damage, essentially. No one's doing anything. Thank you, Brian. How do I get out here? Oh, there it is. And we bought 10, we can do it again. Now I got a level out of that, that's great. But there has to be a better way to get the quest triggered, no? Because I spent like 110,000 gold for that, which is not a small amount. Make sure you defeat powerful Nex Aelio. Nex Aelio? That's the dragon. Dual phase 1-1. Suppression operation for elite arcs defenders. I think this is... I'm only at 1400 battle power, I believe. Can I even do this? Yeah, I need 3119 battle power. Yeah, I can actually do this again. Hey, it's kind of fun. Yeah, next verse suppression. Mining rig defense Aelio. Renus Vera. Is Renus Vera another dragon? Question mark? Because Nex Vera is a dragon. I can disable assist NPC. How can I disable it? Cannot disable it? Can it be changed after the room is created? I cannot change it now. Match you with other players who are the set. Beep beep. Ooh ooh. Oh, there it is. Set. And then I can just. Yeah, I can actually solo this one. I think it's actually possible. Quest immediate sub proposal. Yeah, I'm ready for this shit. Actual soloing the quest? There it is. Right, now I can one-on-one with a dragon. Getting bread comments. Fucking hell, I don't even know. What was I thinking? What was young me thinking? I'm sure it's good. Let's do Harmonizer. Only 30 minutes is enough, but we're trying. mean, okay, it's not bad. The AoE helps a lot, I think. Clearing out the small ones. Like that. Next. Nice. Ow. I mean, Harmonizer, I cannot really go apeshit, but the damage it does is actually not bad. Considering that my summoner rank is still like beginner level. Look at that. It just sweeps. Ow. I can't. The voice. The voice. Oh shit. Whoa. There we go. Whoa. Can you use photo now? Damn, the damage, holy shit. What the fuck? The damage is insane. When the buff wolves comes out on close range, the damage is stupid. Okay, I see you, Harmonizer. Okay. Oh, the fuck just happened? Oh, I didn't do it. Another one? Oh, I think I cannot do it. Ow. I'm actually like focusing 200% right now. Like, because I'm using a weapon that I never used before. I have to really look at what the boss is doing. Oh god. Nice. Actually the tails. Let's go. This shows that I'm actually doing damage. I'm surprised. We go. We take those. Huh? Easy. Easy. He's good, man. Oh, there's the tail, there's the tail. Are they doing it again? Oh, god damn it, I cannot. Oh, let's go. There's a very active parry. I'll counter. Woohoo! Not enough. Oh. All good. Playing as Harmonizer, you can really play really safe. You can play so safe. Ow. I can never. Yo! Oh my god! I almost died. Nice. Come on, target. I didn't see it. Okay. What was that? Whoa, Nelly, wait a minute. This is bad. Okay, that's kind of painful. Oh god. Okay, that's good damage. Nah. It's a lot tougher using Harmonizer. Hey! Oh my god, it's actually tough. Oh fuck, man. Holy shit. Force Rod. Oh, Forces? Let's go. I think Forces is pretty good, but since I'm not using Rod, so eh. I'm not Force. I'm not Tector. YU is for Fighter, I think. Let's take all. Harmonizer. I think Harmonizer is good when you're trying to take out a bunch of small monsters. Going against big boss like that, it's probably not a good idea to use Harmonizer. I mean, it works, right? But it's not the best. Like, it doesn't work the best against like big boss like that. But it's kind of fun. And your weapon I can upgrade. I got everything to like maximum level. Okay. Armor. Also max. Damn. Okay. I was very dedicated, it looks like. Holy shit. Arms refiner. Don't have that. Multi-weapon? Multi-weapon? Needed 100k for that? What even is a multi-weapon? Oh, it needs a weapon of the same category. That's why there's so many different names. Oh, shit, okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna sell all the things that I got for money. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. It's not a lot of money, but I'll take it. Only 1800. Beans? Beans. 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 Defeat enemies 15 or greater. I defeated 100. Holy shit. It's more like bappers. Do not see the beans. Do not see the beans. Is that tuna? Maybe? I think it's a tuna. Look, this is my very old main account, alright? I was truly a very immature individual. Oh shit. What is that? Commando suppression. I don't know how to get Chris Trigger. I mean, I bought those in personal shop. They cost like 100k, 110k gold, which is a lot. I'm left with 243k only. Oh fuck. Okay, task main. What is the power of song? Kopi Peng. Oh yeah, my character is Kopi Peng. My character's name is Kopi Peng. I forgot. Kopi Peng and the other heroes strike forth into battle to test the power of Nether's song. Where even is this? 2000? That is far as fuck. Oh shit. Oh, Rhythm City. Oh. Yeah, I went to the different... Oh, yeah, this is a different region. Region restriction. Let me just teleport there real quick. That outfit makes it look rather fishy. Oh no. Oh no. I feel the pun. The pun's too strong. Oh. My friends are already finding me. My friends thought I'm already at KL. Oh shit. No, I cannot go to Bookmark Cafe, I'm sorry. Oh shit. Wait, let me check. Let me look at my Telegram for a little bit. I'm sorry. This is the most unorganized stream I ever done. Monster Hunter X Space Jam? What the fuck? It's okay. I will have quite a bit of the time. You know, I have quite a bit of time. I'll be staying in KL for 8 days, I believe. Oh, the music is so good though. Holy fuck. Let me turn it down a little bit. It's a little bit loud. Please don't look at me and say that I'm weird. Like, I don't even know what's going on with this, but oh my god. Yeah. You're gonna love this game sometimes. Like, there's no way you cannot love this game. They became Beyblade! Oh, hey, Salon! Oh, Salon! I can remove the fish, but now I'm not... I don't wanna. Okay, add enhancement. Battle the yellow training. Target region Aelio. Undertake training at an Ordino Tower inside the trainee advanced training facility. Oh. Battle triggers, okay. Give the Battle the yellow in Aelio a try. This trigger is a gift this time around. Yellow portal in West Aelio, good luck. Okay. Right trigger to access each training menu. For example, the yellow portal in the Aelio region requires speed trigger, common yellow, etc. Consume, All EXP earned by defeating enemies within the battle, they are given to you all at once when you kill a quest. Oh, that's spicy though. Such as some boosts being disabled on no EXP reduction for low level enemies, etc. Can be purchased at personal shops or found as item drops with defeat enemies. Okay. And then Ordinal training. I think I've seen that one. Under a waterfall, I think? Level 25 power song. Recommended stat 1400 or more. I got this. I'm a harmonizer. I have a harmonizer. I can summon pets. I can summon Wolfen and Dragon. A sort of a Dragon, I think. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ow! Oh my god, I keep getting backstabbed. I'm gonna go in. get punched. Who are you? Hi, Coffee. I'm here to kiss and hug, and I want hugs. I can give you hugs. I'm dead! Damn, this guy be kicking. Damn. Let me change weapon. Someone's pissed. Was there a flash kick? Damn. Oh my god, the range. Wait, I'm also out of kisses. Aww. What, you want a couple kisses? I can, as a kobold, I can give you, I can give dragon kisses, definitely. Yeah. How you doing, Coffee? I'm not here to look at stories, I'm here to fight. Nah. This can be some sort of a kiss, I guess. Hope you're doing good, Coffee. Talk to Nidiri? What even is that? Warp saucer. Try and move, allow her to throw up and down. What? Pick up. Okay, throw and move. Cool. I'll take it. Cool. Very cool. Oh, ooh, hey. Do you still sense something? You do. Doing great. Nice. I just got kisses from everybody. I'm your favorite kobold. Oh my god. You got him. You sense something. Honestly, I still like close range combat. Harmonizer, as fun as it is, it's not as fun as close quarter combat. Choruken. It feels like they amped up the mag, like my little drone detection range. It kind of feels like they upped the detection range. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they definitely upped the detection range. I feel it. Like, there's no way the mag just keeps reacting like this. Look at that. Oh. There was something. There it is. More things here? That's kind of far. It's okay. Let's do the main quest first. More? I like more punchy punches. I like punch. Did you guys know that this would be my last stream until I come... No, I will not be streaming until I come back from my trip. I'll do an announcement on Discord so that people will not be left, like, blind. Ow. Oh, easy, okay. Yeah, Harmonize is actually not bad. Those in long range, both? Stimpy, what? You're the Stimpy one. No, you Slayer? No. I feel like Gunblade is just sort of missing something. It's not as satisfying. Ow. Punch! We counter those, let's go. That's so painful, okay. Oh, nice. I feel like I didn't even do shit. What are these gremlins?
Hello.
Dark Mage, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome to a rare stream where I just... welcome to a rare stream where I'm just very unorganized and just playing whatever I want. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the follow. Oh no, is that a kicker again? No, that's something else. Whoa. Look at the harmonizer. Summer is pretty good when it comes to like deleting the small ones. Dude. Nice. I can move. You full gore? What? What am I looking at? You're looking at Phantasy Star Online New Genesis. Also, hello Merp. Hello, it's Merp. Did they use the same animation? I have no idea. I didn't look into the animations that they had. I see a lot of fish. Oh yeah. I made this when I was like, what? I don't know, a many years back. It's me. It's you. The Merp rolling in. I hope you're doing Rotastic though. Rotastic Merp. I'm jumping in. I am nice. Good to know. Whoa, that actually looks pretty cool. But I'm gonna skip this. I'm not here for the story, I'm here to kill things. Oh! Oh! Music! Oh god. I might need to use Twin Dagger for this. Oh my god, I don't know what it's doing. There we go. If you only know that game after so long, you're too late. Ow! Oh, that looks very shiny. I like it. I want that shiny. What? Oh hey, look, it's even more shiny here. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? My ears are bleeding after that explosion. The audio balancing could do more work, man. Holy shit. Again, I guess. Watch streak 15? Holy shit. 15 is a big number. It's more than 4. Oh my god, it's more than 4. It's a big number. Can I attack you some? Woohoo! My man, the audio balancing. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck, fuck. I have this thing played on 50% audio. Can I attack this? Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. God damn. God damn. Oh my god, how tough are you? Wait, how are those? We got an enemy! Oh god damn, bitrate! Bitrate's gone. Hey, let's go! I just wonder, that god, is it Kotomak? Yeah, it isn't Kotomak like the god of Kobo, where they teach Kobo how to steal to make a living, something like that? He is? Oh, okay, I was right. I think I read a little bit into what Kotomak is. Although only just a little bit. Skipping story? Who watches story in this game? I'm here for the combat, not the story. Arigatai. Minna de ganbatta. Gold Prim armor. Oh, it's used to upgrade armor. Poor writer. Well, yeah, I'm the only one that skips story. If it's someone that I know writes the story, then yeah, I will not do it. But it's someone that I don't know, especially triple A thing. What do you call it? Triple A country? No, not country. 组织. Studios, that's the word. Especially when it comes to AAA studios, if the story doesn't attract me, that's their fault. It's AAA, it's not indie. Triple A loot. Who are you? Who? What is that? That thing is level 70. I am not messing with her. Beep time, okay. Have good sleep, coffee. Bye bye. Have good sleep. Here, you get wind. Like, I can like imagine your face like. You get wings. Oh, I know what that is. Gonna be hard to do this. Hey. Oh, hey, another one. Why did the music change? This game is also free to play on Xbox, but does it have cross-platform play? Honestly, I have no idea. Why did the music change? What? Oh, I think the music changed because I'm at the top of the hill. Yeah, I'm at the top of the hill and then the music just changes. I mean, I guess I wanted it to be cool, I guess. Like, you're at the top of the hill, Pog! A happy ending, head to Redeem City. Okay, I can just teleport there. Kind of bad. Funny music thing. Eat funny. Cobalt left. Albeit there's some funny stuff in the game, but the game actually is... It's fun, right? Sometimes it's jank, but the game itself is actually fun when it works. And the music is actually really good too. especially during the dragon fight, the music is super good. Leo you. Look at that. The eyes is 90% of the face. Let's go. Hey! Come to Central Town. To new adventures. Silvery snows of the Far East region. Ooh, new thing. Okay. But I feel like I'm missing so many things here. I don't exactly HS and AC scratch cancel. Oh yeah, I do have like tickets. I do have a lot of special scratch ticket, I think. Is it here? Oh, it's not here. It's on my low-level account. Oops. Hey, yeah. The character looks so cursed. I know, right? I don't even know. Look, the thing is, I was so bored because the game lacks content back then when I first played this game, New Genesis. When New Genesis first came out, the game lacked content. And I just like go to saloon. I go to the saloon and just like make it as cursed as possible with that sword. With that sword going there, that's fine. It's not TOS, it's just a sword. Look, sure, the placement of the sword is weird, but it's just weird. Nothing's wrong about that. Yoku kitana. How the fuck do I get skill points? Gambaryu. Is there no personal shop here? Items shop. Oh, there it is, personal shop. Why do I want the personal shop again? I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Konnichiwa. 我很元気. Gunblade, katana. Why do I not get like extra weapon? What? You presented your Jihwa for me, of course I have to tong it. No question asked. Oh, I'm trying to buy armor. Yeah. Drug search. Armor. Rarity 4? Level 12, current 26. What if I search 5? Whoa, they're so tip. Level 31? Oh shit. Oh, 24, there it is. Vidal armor. They look pretty basic. I don't know why I got double stretched there. Vijivama. Oh, these are level 24. So Vajiv is 24. Why is it shittier than... Huh? Yip. Yipping is internationally understood, I believe. Yeah. Yip yip. I bought Contract Collection on Switch, big discount. Can check it out if you're nostalgic. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, thank you. Belgrenama. 52? Jivama. I like that the music stopped the moment you're stretched. The heckin' timing sometimes. But Vidal armor is more armor. 22, yeah, Vidal is 22. How the fuck? Gold Prim armor. Oh, this one is like for experience points. So I guess I can buy Vidal armor. Yeah, 24 with the most armor. Arga 21. Belta is also 31. I'm gonna buy 3 of these. Vitella armor. This one is so low leveled. I only sell 2. I need more. Okay, now I can go and upgrade. This is how you get good, get strong in this game. You go to personal shop and then you go to personal shop, you buy the cheapest armor that is almost to your level, and then you upgrade them. Where's the upgrade? Oh, there it is. Yosh! Kisurzu! Gosh, that's a lot of experience. No. 57? Oh, that's a lot. Wait, 57 is not as much as these. Level 10. Tsuyoku Wait, but why do I have these? Level 24? Where is this from? Where is this from? what the heck? Oh, is it in my storage? Is it in my storage and my Whoa. Borb. Oh my god, I already have a... Yush! Okay, 24, I already have 240. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, let's go. Maximum level just like that. Free? Free? Now, can I transfer augmentations? Oh no, I cannot. Transfer skills? God damn it, can I really not add augmentation? Okay, I cannot get the augmentations back. Did I use all of them? I have no augmentation! It's okay, I'll change the armor. I'll get the raw armor. It's fine. Wait, I should have just unequipped those armor and just used them as material. Now I have 3 armor, that's redundant. No, Kobold did it dumb. Kobold did it dumb. Alright, let me check the weapon real quick. Since I'll be using a lot of... I already have Harmonizer. Why? I'm not trying to search this one anymore. Weapons. Subcategory. Twin dagger? Twin dagger. Knuckles? Knuckles. The Knuckles. Rarity 5. Rock's Roughen Knuckle. 52. Quintel Knuckles. Look at that. That looks pretty good. This is level 21. Any closer level to 26 or something? Maybe if I search one less rarity. This. Four only. Oh my god. 4 only is about 14, 15. Okay, they're not that strong. So 5 only? Equip condition 36? Oh, there is Obscura. Whoa, look at that. It's already like upgraded. Only for 32k. Hey, I don't need to spend things. It's free. I mean, it's probably not as good, but I'll take it. This one has element to it. Yeah, you're mine. Now we have Knuckles. Now we need Double Saber? Double Saber and Twin Daggers, yeah. Gotika Daggers. Fixa Termina. What does that even do? Critical oh. Isn't that really good? Level 27. Oh, just one more level. And then I can get this maximum upgraded. Or fix the terminal Funny Spirit unit. Might 3 Gigas Might Form Soul for 10k? Dude, that's mine. You're free. I saved so much money for it. Tempesta Knuckles. Oh. It's only level 15. Why is it so expensive? Maybe element is really rare. Okay, now we need Double Saber. Tifa Saber. 21, 27. Oh, 27 is pretty good. Any upgraded? Because I'm lazy? Or not Saber? $3,000. This one is Fixa Attack. I assume Fixa Attack is just adds raw attack? Yeah, pretty much. They call it Potency, I don't know why. $36. I can get like a Greaga. Oh, this is already a Might and Stamina. Oh, it's already +5. Oh, that's cheating. Okay, I didn't see it. Greaga Saber. The Saber is kinda expensive. You know what? I'll skip up on it. So we already have like good armor, good weapons. Oh yeah, I forgot I can do magic. There's actually magic in this game. Because I don't really vibe with magic a lot. I just like close quarter combat all the time. Alright, now we need to go back, right? Narrow cage, rank 2, enemy level 21. Oh, I already got the skill points. Region mech. Oh! Oh, there's so many places now. Shit, okay. Outer Thrush. What is this? I already got the skill point. Okay, okay. Test flight. Yellow portal. Oh yeah, I need to go to the portal. I got the skill points. Already got the skill points. Yeah, let's go here. And levels enemy present 16. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna. I think that's everything. Oh, quest starting. Okay, I didn't see that. Oh, didn't I buy weapons? I forgot to make them. Wait, shit. I'm not ready. Obscure Knuckles. Okay, there we go. Got him. Still not everything? Oh, okay. Oh my god, you suck. Kill it. Nice. Nice, very fast, very fast. Ooh, okay. Oh, there's 2 of them. Shit. Wow. That's one down. Oh god. Oh, it's a medium? Okay. This is such a rare boss. I don't even know the moveset. That is a lot of EXP? Next 2. Amazingly talented. Wow. So if I remember correctly, there is some sort of a ordinal tower, right? And then it's at the bottom of the waterfall or something. Where am I? I'm here. The waterfall, I think it's here. Yeah, it's South Aelio. Somewhere around here, I just need to find the waterfall and it should be fine. Let's go find the tower. The tower says that it's supposed to be like a boss rush or something. Oh. Wait, did my mag detect something? What? Still? Oh! Hi, Nex. I read the question. Spare keyring or flat clips or not? Been trying to find an issue if we give it, but damn hard to find. Keyring or flat clips? I don't know if I have one, but I guess I can ask my family about it and see if they have any extra lying around. It should be possible, I think. Oh. Get back to me. Okay. I'll ask after the stream, I pick. I'm doing last minute shop on Tuesday. Okay. Since this is my last stream and I will not stream tomorrow, so I can sort of like have my whole head doing the packing, and my brain just shuts down on streaming mode for a little bit. So I think I can help. I think. Hopefully. Is it here? What? Oh no. Should be very close. Maybe it's like... Thank you, Nex. Have a good rest of the stream, princess. Yeet. Thank you. I will. I'm actually just like... This is the most unorganized stream I have. just me doing stuff without any organization. Hey, I kinda enjoy doing this. Oh, is it behind this thing? No, it's gone. What? What the fall? What the fall? Oh, hi. Level 15? What? Huh? Oh my god, damage. So that is just a stronger counter then? Okay. Oh, is that a new? That's a new record device. Then this one was never here before. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a red chest. Okay, so behind waterfall, I'm seeing two waterfalls. Essentially, the orbital tower is just like behind a waterfall, so at least that's the. Oh, it must be that one. What? Oh, okay.
Hello, and welcome.
This cool Grey Ninja Frog. Hey yo, nice. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Oh, there it is. Okay, we found it, Can I just get in? I think I just get in, probably. Yeah. I don't know if there's any other requirement or keys that I need to consume. I'm just going in anyway. Only 10 minutes. Fail if incapacitated 5 times. So I cannot die for 5 times, okay. I cannot muddy for 5 times. I mean, should be fine. That's fast. Oh, it's not a... Isn't it the boss rush? So it's just one? No way. Is it? Oh, what? What? Potential unlock substitute. When unlocking level 3 item potential for an item rank to 1? Don't even know what that is, but it's mine. I did level up though, that's the thing. Okay. Did it just become stronger? It did become stronger. Wait, 1, 2, 4, 3. I think that's like stronger. I think that's actually stronger. Alright, going in. It should be fine. Alright, should be fine. And going in. Still cannot handle the noise. Why do I make this years back? Holy shit. Why do I make it sound like a squeak? I don't even understand how I worked back then. Oh my god. Hey, yo, okay. I need roleplay for this. Ow. That's the tail. Got him! Oh, that was fast. Got him! Got him! No, I guess I'm too slow. Yeah, I need speed for this one. I'm not good with speed. Hi! While she's surfing on tech, surprised to see someone in one of them checking out this game. New-ish player, I'll take it. New-ish, I'm kinda new-ish to this one, yeah. It's just I kinda, like, I played a little bit of this game when New Genesis just came out. And then I just kinda like, oh hey, I kinda want to check back this game a little bit. Because I like the flashy combat and everything. And then to my surprise, now the game feels a little bit easier. In terms of leveling, that is. But yeah, it's fun. Now I still have my PSO2 stuff. Like Sardinian suit and also all the tuna fish. And then for whatever reason I made my character squeak. It was like way years back. I don't even know what I was doing. Also, this thing looks new. I don't remember there's something like this when I first played this game. Okay, now I need to go back to Central City? I already did this one, Yellow Portal. Don't even know if there's anything else. There is also a dragon here, I believe. Where I can just like have fun. You know what, I'm gonna do it, yeah. I'm gonna go look at Draken. I'm gonna actually fight the dragon with a knuckles. I just feel like fighting a dragon with knuckles is a little bit hard. Is it here? Okay. It's already getting dark. How long have I been playing? 6? I've been playing this game for 6 hours? Okay. Hi? Were you here before? Is this like a story that I missed or something? I saw you were here. No, I'm trying to go to the dragon. Are you okay?
まだやることがたくさんある。
I would imagine there's a lot of different stuff to see if it's been that long, but I do think the stuff added in definitely made the new player experience more fulfilling. Yeah, they give the new players like the Hextra weapon when they first came in. It's like based off the job. I was like, that's very strong. It made my old account feel a little sad, but it's okay. You know, new players coming in since there's like a lot of new stuff going on, so I think it's pretty fair for them to receive such items when they first came in. I'm okay with that. Oh no, is there not dragon? Wait, I thought for sure there's a dragon here. I mean, I know that because I... Why are you here again? Hi again, Evie.
君どうしたの？
I'm looking for dragon. I don't know.
私も同じ。このポット
Gonna put the... Shoot up. Where's my dragon? I bet it's Aina. That little shit took my dragon away. I can't believe it. Took my dragon? And took a dragon away from a kobold. The audacity. Oh, look at all the pets. Thanks, Ryuki. Man, is there really no dragon here? Or maybe someone else killed it. Not too long ago, probably. I could wait here, but I don't want to wait an hour. Oh wait, no, monsters spawning. Hey, asshat, did you see any dragon around here? Hey, 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 hey. Hey. Only these things are spawning, but not the dragon. I'm upset. I want my reward. It's a new move. Do that again. Oh, what? Just explode on your own? I guess the dragon doesn't spawn as quick. Would be my guess. Right? I mean, it would be kind of funny if the dragon just spawns like immediately. Yeah. I want dragon though. Oh no, it spawned when I was walking away. Bitch, I almost ran away. Alright, we found dragon. Yeah, we found dragon. Best music in my opinion in the game. Damn, looks so cool though. But I cannot punch it. I really struggle against Nex Aelio. Ow. What? Yeah, I'm too strong for him. This is just extra bullying. Too early. Wait, they just saw. How'd you spawn that fast? Oh, I didn't do it. Like me some heckin' airborne fight. Whoa. Oh, good. Oh, frame drop. Dragon. I wish I could make frame. I wish I could be friends with Dragon instead. Ooh, runs away with all your meseta. What? My money? Not my money. Oh, I'm gonna cover this. Punch. Hi, Violet. It's okay, I can have some of my meseta. Yeah. Ow. Actually, I want to play with a little bit of this. What? What did I do? I'm killing. What? Ooh, let's go. Hyper power kind of strong enemy. Oh. Yes, I can hear you. I'm in the middle of the fight, asshat. No, I like punching more. I'm going in. What class are you playing right now? I'm playing. Oh my god! Get up. I'm playing. Punch. A fighter and waker. Essentially summoner and punch. The naming sense is too cool for my brain. Ow. Hey man. Not cool. Oh mama, frame drop. Extreme frame drop. Alright, we good. Ow, we knocked it. Give me your legs. I like your legs. Actually, I should get the tail. There. I don't know if it gives something. I just kind of want to cut off the tail, you know, like Monster Hunter urge. the urge of Monster Hunter. I have to get off the tail. Give me your tail. Nah. You could run away from your tail. It's mine. Oh my god. Oh, tail? There you go. I actually got the tail. Nyeh. You want some airborne fights? Let's go. I like it. Or Nele. Wait a minute. One. Yeah, I'm actually strong. I'm actually like very far in the game, but I just want to look at dragons. I tend to run ranger and hunter. Oh, like the guns and bows, right? I personally love to go up close and personal, so yeah. Oh, I think that's that. Yeah, that's the. It's actually pitch black outside though. Well, that was fun. I looked at dragon good. I mean, I can always just do this for funsies. I think it's this one. Like if I just hold the button and then I can actually just right dragon. It's not fast. It doesn't. It glides. It doesn't fly. It's actually a damaging skill. Hey, I mean, it looks cool. I'll take it. I love how my left thumb has to like. Hey. Looks like you're either running fighter with a knuckle focus or bouncer. I do all kinds of melee. I loved using knuckles because punch. I love using dual saber because cool. And also parry, very nice. And also there's this dual paleto, very fast, very good airborne mobility, and parry. So yeah, I love especially melee weapons that gives high mobility and also parry. It's like all in one. I'm being spoiled. All the films. So yeah, I honestly just love melee with big mobility, like dual saber. You can just do and then you can just run around and then do all kinds of shit. Especially when it comes to dual blade, you can just like spin to win. Hi Alex. Look at the goose. Wow. Look at the goose. Why did the goose reminds me of White Putin? For whatever reason. You might give Bouncer a go. I tried the jet boots. The jet boots is not bad, but I feel like the jet boot is not as fun as it is in PSO2. Kinda. For whatever reason. How do I keep leveling up by getting things? I don't get it. How do I even level up by that? Oh, hey, look at that. I don't know why it's very loud. Oh. One more? Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. My... I can't believe I played this game for like 6.5 hours. I don't feel like it, but I feel like even my thingy hurts a little bit. My fingies. I should probably get to packing. I have to fly on December 8th. I'm getting anxious. I will play. I want to play more though. I'm not a big fan of New Genesis. They lost a bit of what makes PSO2 so good. Ooh. I'm not like PSO. I don't really play a lot of PSO. I only played it because of the skin, honestly, for PSO2. But I feel like New Genesis, I like the big flashy combat as well. But not saying that PSO2 doesn't have like big flashy combat. I feel like this one is more flashier somehow. It's so flashy to a point where sometimes I might not even be able to see myself. I kind of like the exploration a little bit as well. But then again, PSO2 is something like what do you call it? What do they call it? Monster Hunter. Yeah, it's something like Monster Hunter where you go get a quest, get out your teammates, and then do cool shit and make monsters die. And this game sometimes it's like a slow burn. I feel like when you're exploring, there's not much actually happening. My least favorite part, actually. You know, I want more things to be happening. Oh. That's tough. Ooh, I get stuck there. Oh, that's sad. I guess I'm not going there. Although it's something like this, I mean, I kind of like the exploration part of the game a little bit. Only sometimes. Most of the time I enjoy the combat, especially when it's a combat against a dragon. No bias, you know. No, it's not like I'm a kobold, I like dragons. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm biased. I love dragons. A dragon's good. I like dragon. I tried out... What? I tried out Bouncer, I tried out Soaring Blade. Soaring Blade is kinda weird, oh my god. But Jet Boots though, Jet Boots is pretty good. Relentless training in rhythm. Sure. Just feels like summer and going open world. They lost some of the things that kept PSO2 alive so long. Ooh, that is a fair point, yeah. What this? Sup? Hey, great timing. I was just looking for you. Are you communicating with your friends well? I can teach you some tricks if you like. Tricks about communicating with friends? Yeah. Learn how to communicate smoothly with other ARC members. You said friends! You lied to me! What do you mean other ARC's members? I don't care. How about friends? Goddamn. Got lied to. Couldn't believe it. There's nothing hard about it. Communication is simple things like greetings, expressing gratitude. So you say hi and thank you. Hi and thank you, chat. So like, do lots of that. Hi, 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 thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't be shy now, give it. I've been doing it. Hi and thank you. I don't even know anymore. Set auto chat. Have you seen my goddamn auto chat? It's so painful. Also, I didn't even make food. I just go and kill things. Same type of flavor from region you're currently in, you receive region match effect. Ooh. I mean, why am I cooking? I'm already gonna go... I'm already gonna, like... Gonna close it and gonna end the stream soon. Aren't these all rhythm? Maybe cannot be all fruit? Question mark? Red damn eggplant? Cranberries? These are Aelio. What? You didn't give me any region match effect. Mmm, delicious. Makan makan. The character I play the most is a Tamer in PSO2. Sadly, haven't unlocked that class in New Genesis. Tamer! Oh, you mean like Summoner? Right? You play with a flute and then they follow your movements and kill things? I think it's here. They call it Waker. I call them Summoner. I think I have it. Yeah, here. Harmonizer. I can... Don't mind the noises. This is normal attack and then you can summon Draken. Like Draken Breath. And then you can hold the skill to make it stronger. And then there's other skills as well. You can commit kamikaze. It's like whee! Big damage, also fun. So there's a small dragon you can summon. For long range combat, you're just gonna use dragon, essentially. And then there's like the close range combat. It's okay, I guess. Like, I kinda much prefer the PSO2 version of this one, not gonna lie. Because PSO2 is some dragon friend that we can play with. I think that's much better. Because this one is like very restricted. There's only 2 kinds of things that you can summon. One small dragon. They nerfed Tamer so hard, that's kinda sad. It still do like good damage? And also you have parry. It's not really parry, but more like a guard, I think. You essentially summon this little thing like I'll block for you. And it just like spins away. I'll block for you for 1 second. Bye bye. I think I can add a skill where it makes it hold up for longer. And then you can do a retaliate afterwards, I believe? Question mark? Oh my god. So bright. Class skill. Wicked. Wait, do I not have that? Reduce damage received and protects you. Oh, can it be used by main class Hammer Knight? Oh, only with main class I can use it because I'm not maining Waker or Tamer or Summoner or Friend. I don't know. I'm no wonder I can hold the skill. I was like, what? I was so weirded out. I was like, what's going on? I have good katana. Yeah, I was playing a little bit of Braver back then. I feel like Bouncer is not as fun as PSO2. Like New Genesis Bouncer is a little bit lackluster. Oh, I leveled up. Yeah. Like, I used to play so much jet boots in PSO2, it's insanely fun. Just weapon action, attack, attack, weapon action. But now the weapon action just looks cool but doesn't do anything. This is the weapon action, it doesn't deal damage anymore. You don't do the spin, 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 kick, spin, 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 kick anymore. Which is kind of sad. It just does this. It's a counter, alright, right? You can counter with this. Like you do this and then press the attack button afterwards, you can retaliate. Big damage. But I think the most significant thing about jet boots is just this. Only this like sort of matters. And then even the photon art is not even that good. Like what is that? I guess that's kinda cool. Yeah, the classes don't feel as good they did in PSO2. But I have to say though, the twin dagger, the knuckles, they nailed it. Like the close, not all close combat, but in my very opinion, knuckles, twin daggers, and double saber, they made it really fun in this game. Like in New Genesis, but the rest of the weapons just kind of sucks. Like, what is this soaring blade? What is... Apani? Like, even the normal attack doesn't feel as satisfying. Although some of the skills is good, the spin is good. I don't know what this is. Like, this one feels good, right? A lot of spin. But if you don't hold it, you're just going somewhere else. When Draken, if they have a class where I can play as a Draken, you know I'm gonna spend so much money in this game, right? that is only if a game or a class where I can actually play as like an actual Draken. I go pillage village. I go steal shinies. It's all mine. You know, that'd be great. So yeah, I feel like it's just these 3 weapons is insanely fun. And then the rest of the weapon is so lackluster. Right? I feel like they just like fighter. Even like how WoW has the Drakthir where you are Anthro Dirk. Yeah, something like that. But because Blizzard sucks, so I have to hold my urge to play as a dragon and not buy the game. And also, it costs like 250 ringgit for like okay, subscription. I think it's like 50 ringgit some shit. It's like walao, it's so expensive. And then the expansion itself that allows me to play as the Drakthir costs another like 200 something, I believe. I don't remember, but in general, it's just way too expensive for me. And it's a it's a monthly subscription. It's like, hey, I don't like it. Monthly subscription. Bleh. Bleh. Me no like it. I'm pretty sure I was just playing Katana. Go try it once for Dragon. Nah, I'm good. I mean, unless you buy it for me. Shit's expensive, man. Katana. How does Katana even work anymore? Oh, Katana cannot just spam. You have to like really have patience with Katana. Yeah, you have to utilize the end leg of the shield to deal damage, I believe, if I remember correctly. And then you just have a straight up block or whatever this cool ass pose is. It looks cool. It looks really cool. Meh. Only issue the Drakthir are level 60 at the moment and not free trial friendly. God damn it. Someday. Probably not. Oh yeah, for a Braver has different phases when it comes to photon art. 1, 2, 3, and then this one is like 1, 2, 3. It's kind of cool, I guess. It's not bad. Now you can hold the stance to make it like parry afterwards if you know they're gonna attack. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why would I say that? I'm such an asshole. 6 years ago or whatever. I don't even know when's the last time I played this game. What, this? Oh, frame drop. Shotgun? Oh, shotgun, okay. So the closer it is, the more damaging it is. Looks like it. Nope, it just shoot. I don't understand anymore. This one? That is the saddest arrow rain I've seen in my entire life. I'm just gonna say this right now. Okay, that's better, that's better. That's... It looks so sad. Why are you so sad? You have to... Oh my god, it fucking sucks. I hate it. Why would you need to charge it full once and it shoots nothing? And then do a non-charged version for it to deal damage? Yeah, both sucks. Both objectively sucks. I reached my 150k baby. Oh my god, 150k. Good job. That's a lot of points. Well, now you just have to wait for me to finish my previous project. Maybe the other one triggers something on the specific condition. Let me try it again. Maybe the charge. I just feel like the charge into nothing is so sad. Like, at least when it charge, it shoots something, maybe. It's like an install super. And then other skill? It buffs the other skill. No fucking way. It buffs the other skill, that's it. It's so bad. It doesn't even do as much damage, oh my god. Like, this shit is stronger, excuse me. Yeah, I cannot believe it. It's a buff. I mean, okay, this is the non-charged version. It's like a very shitty arrow rain. And then the charged version buffs the other skill for whatever reason. At least the katana is cool, right? Shitty arrow rain but attacks multiple targets. Looks like it's an AoE that attacks multiple targets, yeah. Braver Bouncer and Tamer got nerfed in New Genesis. They got nerfed hard. Especially Bouncer, I feel like. Because Jet Boot went from, haha, I can fly around and attack everything, to sad. Because you can literally just use normal attack and weapon action to have fun with Bouncer, but now not anymore. It's kinda sad, really. And that's probably why lots of people bail when New Genesis hit. Yeah, I don't blame them, to be honest. But I can live with... Honestly, I can live with this. I can live with dual dagger. I can live with twin dagger, double saber, and knuckles. At least I like punching. That's the thing. But I also get your reasoning. You know, leaving after seeing all those nerfs, it's actually sad. Now that I look really into it, yeah, it hits hard. I played Blade and Soul a long time ago, and there was this class we were familiar called the Summoner. They were so freaking OP, I was never able to beat one in PvP. Oh no! balancing in MMORPG. Not even once. How about fighter? Hunter and fighter. Hunter's physique. That's a part of why PSO2 might die out if they can't get this shit together and fix things. It's kinda sad. I was never really good in PvP there, but the summoners just stomped me. Ooh. Summoner. Partisan? Same as skip attack. What? Hunter's physique. Temporary reduced damage taken that stops you from being launched and knocked back by enemy attacks. That sounds good. Secondary class don't use the class skill tree, do they not? I thought they used like only some of these. Or like one without the yellow text, I believe. Yeah, like this one, you can still have them. Damage taken rate sub. As a sub class, still reduce 10% damage taken. Only a certain skill can be will be activated as a sub. A small amount. A very small amount. Maybe that's part of the reason. You know, Hunter, Flash Guard reduces damage taken. In general, is always good. Yeah, I'm taking this one. Guarding with weapon action will protect you from attacks from all directions. Why would I want to guard when I can just parry? Well, I guess that's my Phantasy Star Online fix. Just wanted to play a little bit of it. And I'm pretty sure my PC is dying as well. Look at that. Look at my model, it's not even moving anymore. Well, I think... I'll stop here for today. And I will not be streaming for quite a bit, so... I will make like some sort of announcement on Discord soon. And by soon, I mean tonight. We'll be going on a little vacation. Did my PC start? Oh, okay. I thought my PC died. The thing was, if you focus the summoner, the familiar could attack you without issue. If you focus the familiar and manage to kill it, the summoner just runs away until they resummon the familiar. At this point, you already took too much damage. Ooh, that sucks. I hate that. I don't like the feeling where they can just, you know, gets away scot-free. I don't like it. Let me open up some music real quick. Not allowed, only snuggles. Wow! You want snuggles? Snuggles the Kobo? No fight dragons always. Because dragons are good. I like dragons. I should look for a raid target as well. Oh, choices! Wait a minute. Ooh, choices. Ooh, that's tough. Why is the music suddenly so loud? Ow, 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 ow. Discord? Oh yeah, I do have a Discord. There's Dazi, there's Tikaka, and Hibli. Since I get into this Discord, I'll share cute art with you. Ooh, okay. I like cute art. Cute art, good. I mean, once you join and read the rules, I can just give you the role because I know. Yeah, I know who you. I know who you are. Like, definitely not a scam bot. So, alright, give me a second. There we go. I'll mostly just post in Dragon Sipping Corner, honestly. Dragon Sipping Corner. I kinda want to rate Dazi, but at the same time I want to rate Tikaka as well. I also want to rate Hibli. Ah, tough choices. I don't know who to rate. It's an art share. Okay. Kakati. Tikaka. Oh, Timothy drew this? Ooh. You get this. It's very adorable though. Shineku? Oh, are you a Shineku? Oh my god. Shineku good. Rate another bold. I could rate into Tikaka. Tikaka is another bold, yeah. Naga? Ooh, okay. Naga cool. Naga is very neat. Tikaka Dazi. Oh. Decisions are hard. I'll rate into Tikaka. Thanks for the stream. I'll probably head off now. Was neat seeing some Phantasy Star Online. But yeah. Take care, Nexus. I wanted to add something. My brain just shuts down. Then go sleep. I haven't even eaten dinner yet. It's 7:15 p.m. Let's rate into Tikaka. Speaking of, I should probably help Tikaka with the 3D stuff soon. I'm so lazy. Aww. Someday. Someday. Dropping more art? Yeah. More art, good. Anyway, I will update on Discord that I will not be streaming tomorrow, and then I'll be going on a little trip. Excuse-moi, Roland. It's not my birthday. Hi, Roland. You happy birthday, Wait, no, it's Terry's birthday. I already wish him a birthday though. it's not birthday, it's hash day. I mean, it's kobold hatch day, I guess. So yeah, I'll update on Discord when I'll be back and when I will. I mean, I will not stream tomorrow. So starting from tomorrow until December 17th. Both getting full body snuggles. Take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I want full body snuggles. Hey, that sounds good. I like full body snuggles. Oh, that's a really neat. Oh, it looks like a molten color palette. At the Naga, I mean. That looks so good though. Oh, look at the underbelly scales. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at art too quick. It pushed me to make this off stream. I'm sorry. Look. My brain is not working today. Okay. Actually, that goes for every day. My brain doesn't work every day, so there you go. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Couple leaving the Durga alone. Where? Look, I'll still be in Discord. No, people can still message me on Discord. I'm not leaving anyone. I'm still. I'll still, like, if possible, I'll go into like. Whenever possible, I'll just go into like Discord or something. Also, also Telegram. But I don't know. I use Discord a little bit more, but on phone probably a little bit more the Telegram. I don't know. Just. I'll still open Discord from time to time. Oh my god, that's it. Fuck. Kobo Brain says, ooh, shiny. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Kobo Brain just, ooh, shiny all the time. There's literally one of the Yip reading, by the way. You know, one of the Yip just goes like, ooh, shiny. Second ad. Alright, I'll wait for the ad to be over. And the second ad. Ad is such an asshole. Gonna be missing a couple stream. Yeah, I'll miss streaming too. Molten Snake. Molten Snake is so good. I have no thumb, but no thumb. But I can do. How do I do? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. No, that's not thumbs up. Thumbs up. I don't know how to thumb. I don't know how to do thumbs up. I won't be doing any plugging today. It's fine. I'll just type in the rate real quick to Tikaka, another fan of Kopo, who does art. Amazing art too. They're doing. What is that? Oh my god, that looks so good. I don't know what that is, but that looks super good. Hi, malicious magpie. Wanna join us with the raid? I'm ending. Try hard to do some thumbs up. Well, I'm trying to, but it's kind of hard when I only have 4 fingies. I know how to count to 4 though. I know how to count to 4, but I don't know what comes after 4. It's tough. 4. Boop the snoot. You boop the snoot. Okay, you get this. You put the snoot. You get the snoot. Nah. You put the snoot. Oh, I'm gone. Then boop the snoot. 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 You get the snoot cam. Or the snoot the boobies. Boop the snoot is good. I love how whenever I say boop the snoot, and then the captions just go batshit insane with boob. Or something similar to the boob. Oh no, that's far from similar. How the a boop is not far. What do you mean? Boop is not far. Okay, I type in the rate and the ad seems to be over. Okay, no more ads. So I'll do the announcement thing on Discord afterwards, so that you guys won't be like, hey, why the Tylra no stream one now? There's nothing like that. Then of course I'll change the title to be like, oh, on a little vacation. We'll be back about December 17, I believe, because 16 is when I'll be back, and 17. Didn't even check the calendar. 17 is Sunday. Sure, that's like 2 weeks. Yeah, that's like two weeks time. Yeah. So another Sunday then. Okay. I'll just slither over there and kidnap a bold. And you should kidnap a bold, but it's not necessarily this bold on the screen right now. There's another kobold out there to be kidnapped, Edie. Thanks for the stream, by the way. No problem. Thanks for being here. I'll eat you. No, there's no eating going on here. No eating. It's a kid. No. Oh wait. I mean, I do. Okay, look. It's a bargain, alright? I can get full body snuggles. by a molten snake. That looks like in a molten snake. Could be a dragon. You never know. It is reptile. It could be a dragon. Just saying. Hey, you know, I'll take it. It's a bargain. That's the whole reason I kidnapped the snuggle. But you don't like me hugs, I'm a dork too. Never did I mention that I don't like you hugs. Look, I'm a kobold. I'm gonna hide moss. Hey, that's my moss. What do you mean? You cannot just take away my moss and just hide it. I'm the moss collector this month. I'm the moss collector this month. You cannot just take it away. You can give it back. Hi, Wolf. To snuggle. I can be a moss. I'm pretty fluffy. Huh? No. Wait, moss is moss fluffy? Oh god, I actually don't know if moss is actually fluffy. I'm terrified to think about it. Is moss actually fluffy? I don't think so. Yes? Is moss fluffy? Is moss fuzzy sticky? 19 types of mosses for your garden. You ever been in the forest? Yes, but I don't study moss closely. A Manican tree moss. I hid it for the reason the Queen of Kobolds would like her rest without a bunch of kobolds arguing over miss. The Queen of Kobolds will like her rest. Without a bunch of kobolds arguing over. Moss, I need it. but Mars. A bunch of kobolds arguing over Mars. Oh, I get that. But too bad I'm gonna steal the Mars back. But the queen doesn't know. What are these mood? Wait, mood moss? They are like... I wouldn't... Fluffy? They look like tiny leaves for whatever reason. Yeah, they look like tiny leaves. Holy shit. Oh, moss look like that? Oh, I'm not showing the screen. Here, I'm looking at these. Look at that. Look at the leaf shape of moss. I didn't know moss looks like leaf. It's not the red sleeve of Okay, I will stop looking at mold. Moss, not mold.
Yep.
Oh. Hi, Trakan. Oh, Trakan. Hi. I see Trakan. Unless I report you to the queen. You won't. You cannot just report me to the queen. It's I'm the moss collector. Welcome in, Dark Dragon. I'm gonna raid though. Want to join us with the raid? We're raiding to another couple. Who's doing that? I'm a Dirk here. I won't give the Kobo. What if Kobo just wants to get all the Dirks? You know, I might be a little bit of a greedy bold. If I can get a token, I'll take it. Oh,
and welcome.
Wolf, thank you. Steal my moss though. I want the moss. Okay, I'm gonna start the raid. So, I'll do the announcement on Discord soon, and I will be streaming for about 2 weeks. So, it's a bit of a vacation that I have. Gonna go to a furry convention soon. Haven't done the packing yet. I'm very anxious about it. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, I'm gonna raid now. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Here comes a raid to Tikaka. Another couple. Oh my god, it's already 7:30 p.m. Hey. Oh yeah, also there will be a little bit of a I will be in Bailey's stream in about a few hours. I don't actually know when. Oh, here's the raid message. I almost forgot. I actually already forgot. Of course, if you want, you can use whatever email you guys want. It's totally fine. Also, there's one thing. Oh yeah, we're rated here, so just in case someone got left behind, we rated here. So yeah, I'll see you guys on December 17th. I'll wait for the timer to count down as always. I'm so anxious. You know, take care everyone. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.